2023. The first investigation of the year. Listen, all it took was a damn near fist fight in the Bellagio to get me woken up. I was looking, I was seeing it. I didn't think these guys were going to play. I didn't think anything was going to go down. I said this, I don't know what's going on here. But now the guys are shoving each other in fucking Bobby's room. Berkey looks like he want to knock Nick Airball over the head with a 2x4. And listen, we got a lot to talk about. It's been long overdue. Only a 7-month break. It is what it is. It is what it is. Only a 7-month break. It is what it is. It is what it is. But we're here. We're live. I'm on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. And we got to talk about whatever the fuck is going down with these guys right now. The near fist fight broke out. And listen, we don't know what's going to happen here. I mean, listen, we got to see these guys fight. I don't see how we don't get a power slap between the two. Okay, so basically, guys, listen, 2023. If you guys ain't been paying attention, I don't know what going on. Doug Polk came back to making content, and all of a sudden, Doug Polk decided to go into overdrive mode, and he has been turning up the heat on the poker drama. You got Nick Airball, the new character on the scene. He's been playing the high stakes games on Hustler. He's the new GMAN, and then him and GMAN got into some sort of feud, and then GMAN came out of hibernation, went on Doug's podcast and refuted that. Now he's talking shit on Twitter. Back to Nick Airball. Guys, I don't know what the hell is going on. I mean, I ain't really been paying that close of attention, but I've been paying close attention a little bit more lately. And I'm trying to make sense of it all. I'm trying to figure it out, just like you guys are. Is this WWE? Is it scripted? I mean, is this real? Like, what's going on? And why can't we just see him play poker? You know what I mean? So I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe we take some call-ins. There might be some edibles involved here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to go down. But listen, we got a lot of people in the chat right now. We got a lot of people on the YouTube chat. Actually, I don't know. I actually literally have no idea if we have anybody watching. But I see the comments. I see you guys are fired up. So, I'm right. Where do we start here? Okay, so basically, right? So, shout out to Alice Mermaid. What's up, Alice? Feldman. What's up, Feldman? How's it going, Poppy? What's going on? RPR most so dumb, but it brings out Poppy. Let's go. Listen, guys. You know, come on. We gotta. I've been wanting to make content. I've been wanting to talk about some stuff I got going on. I've been playing a lot of poker. We got a lot of stuff coming up, so it's only a matter of time. I just need like a catalyst to get me back talking on YouTube and talking about what the hell I have going on. So, listen, is what it is. Let's get into it here. So basically, okay, we got Matt Berkey. You guys all know Matt Berkey, right? Berkey been around for a very long time. Does solve for why. You know, he's a poker player, high stakes player for a long time. Got his training site. He's got his podcast that he does, the Only Friends podcast. And he is going up against this guy, Nick Airball. If you guys don't know Nick Airball, he plays on Hustler. He plays really high stakes. He kind of came out of nowhere, you know, real in your face, likes to talk a lot of shit. And likes to tell you if he thinks you suck, likes to play a lot of hands. I mean, I saw some crazy hands he plays against Rampage recently. I mean, I don't know what the hell he was doing, but he was definitely putting a lot of money in with some marginal hands. Very deep stack. Everybody loves that. So basically, I guess these two guys got a beef. And Nick Airball was on the Doug Polk podcast and basically was saying that Berkey is like a scammer or a fraud. He's like a fake coach. He can't win at poker. And he shouldn't be coaching poker if he isn't good, right? So basically, he's saying that Berkey's a scammer, okay? And then Berkey responds. He has like a clip on one of his shows that he does where he basically says he'll play Nick Airball at the Bellagio. He doesn't want to go to Hustler. He doesn't want to go to Lodge. He wants to go down the fucking street, right? And he doesn't want to play it on stream. He wants to play behind closed doors, right? He doesn't want it to be on stream. So now these two are or Airball responds and basically says, yeah, I'll come fucking play you then. So I'll come play at Bellagio. So now Berkey actually has to end up playing him. And they try to get some terms set. Phil Galfond hops in the mix. He ends up mediating it. He's like the middleman. I mean, Phil Galfond came back with a vengeance too. So he's mediating the terms of the match. And then these two decide to actually play a heads-up match. I mean, listen, I don't think people really saw that coming. They agree to play 200, 400 with a $400 ante from the big blind. 100K min, no max. 3 sessions a week, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 6.5 hours each session. The match will last 100 hours. So these two got to play with each other for 100 hours. And 10K miss penalty. The venue is going to be Resorts World, which is right by me. So I'm gonna be near the match. So they agree to play the match. But then today, I guess Nick Airball ends up, he ends up going out to Bellagio early to play with Berkey yesterday, and then they get into some sort of altercation in the Bellagio high stakes room today, where allegedly some words are exchanged. Maybe some people will come out and say what the words are. I don't know. I guess I heard he called him a bitch. And I don't know. Berkey didn't take too kindly of it. He'd been getting disrespected by this guy, now for a couple weeks. I mean, maybe even longer. I'm not really sure how long this goes back. But basically, they end up...
Yeah, it's friendly game. Friendly game. Of you? Am I? Go fail at something else. Go fail at something else. Hit up Doug. Go fail at something else, Doug. I will. Keep helping me. I know. Why do you need help? I'm going to beat your ass. You don't need him then. Come right over here.
All right, so listen. So they're in Bobby's room, right? Or they step up, right? Look at the size difference. You see Berkey got a nice arm. Obviously, Berkey spent a lot of time in the gym. You guys know the guy likes to work out. Nick Airball, could look like he got a little size advantage here if we're going to square these two up here. I mean, Airball got a little size. Berkey got maybe the strength in the arm right there. You see that arm? Little casual wear. I like that. Little versatile sweatpants. Nice gray sweatpants. Looks real fired up. Airball in the fucking cargo shorts right now. You know what I mean? Not the ideal outfit you want to be wearing for a fight, but he's going to square up. He's going to square up at him in Bobby's room. Nick Airball, give him a little shove. Give him a little shove. Look at this shove. Back up. Look at the shove. Didn't put a lot of strength into it. Normally, if you like the shove, normally you're going to want to step into it. So he gives him a little shove. Look, he gives him the shove. Check out the shove. What's going on? He gives him the shove. What is going on? He gives him the shove. And now Berkey, he get a look in his eye. Look, he look fired up right now. He look like he ready to fuck. He look like he ready to go. He going nuclear. Nick Airball gonna claim victory. Freddie Deeb in the background, the legend of the game. Shout to Freddie Deeb, just chilling, having a good time. So they're gonna go at it here.
Friendly game.
Berkey looking. He look ready. Airball gonna hide a little bit here. I mean, Airball. I was surprised Airball didn't stand out there. Continue the interaction here. Gonna go back into his seat. Claims victory. Berkey does not look like he's fucking around right here. Someone says, is this stage? This don't look staged. This don't look staged to me, guys. Come on.
Go fail at something else. Go fail at something else. Hit up Doug. Go fail at something else, Doug. I will. Keep helping me. I know. Why do you need help? I'm going to beat your ass. You don't need him then. Come right over here.
Okay, all right. So basically, I guess Nick Airball, from what I'm told, Nick Airball starts yelling something at Berkey. Berkey takes offense to it, goes up to him. Airball gets out of his seat, and then basically, I don't know what is going on. But the comments have been absolutely rolling in on this on Twitter, and I gotta say, these comments in here they're probably about half and half. Half of the people are saying that some of the people say it looks staged. Half of the people think this is the most interesting thing they've ever seen. Some of the people think that it's cringe if two guys are fighting in the room. I mean, what do you guys think? I don't know about this one. I've just never seen anything like this before. I mean, I really never seen like two guys come to blows and like they're gonna play a heads-up match. They're actually gonna play. I mean, I don't know what to expect. I feel like we're in like uncharted territory. Nick Airball is like, you know, putting on a show for the fans. Berkey's trying to mind his own business with the OnlyFriends. He's just trying to live a peaceful life and keep playing in soft high stakes live games and keep fucking you know, making YouTube content. And then he's got this guy Nick Airball trying to, what does he say? He says he's doing it for clout or for clicks or something like that. He's got this crazy guy Nick Airball coming after him, calling him a scammer, calling him a fraud, calling him a bitch, like putting him down. You know, what would you do in that situation if you're Matt Berkey? How would you respond to that? You know what I mean? Like, I guess I can understand if Berkey want to smack the fucking face off this guy, right? You can understand that. Berkey's fired up. This guy been putting him down, talking shit. His name's Nick Airball. He stands up in your face. I mean, he pushes you. I can see why Berkey has had enough. I mean, I don't know. Should we see these guys fight? I mean, I feel like at this point in time, we got to see. I feel like Berkey for the, I mean, at what point is a line drawn in terms of the verbal abuse, I guess? I don't know. It's a good question, right? You know, how much, I just know we never really seen this before in poker, right? We've seen it in like MMA where they're putting people down and they go fight in the ring. But we haven't really seen this in poker before where one of the guys is calling the other guy a bitch, or he's, you know, putting this guy down, calling him a, you know, a bunch of different names. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like, I haven't seen all a lot of this stuff. I don't know what he really said. This guy seemed like he capable of really saying anything. So what do you guys think in the fight? I mean, I'm taking, I think Berkey got the, if they did fight, I mean, Nick Airball got a size advantage, but Berkey got great cardio. You know, he work out a lot, sauna, he's training hard. But, you know, Nick Airball get on top of him, right? We know how these fights go. So Nick Airball get on top of him. You know, they probably ain't going to fight. We're just kind of, I don't think it's actually going to go down. But let's see what some of the people out there are saying. I mean, let me put this out there. Yeah, who you taking, chat? What do you guys think here, man? And then you got Doug Polk, and we're going to talk about Doug Polk. I mean, Doug Polk came back in the mix. Garrett came back in the mix. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, listen, I'm thinking even if Airball get on top of Berkey and get some sort of top control. I mean, Berkey got the strength, he got the stamina. You know, they both seem like they got a lot of heart, they got a lot of scrapping in them. I think the only thing that's fair is that they settle it with a power slap, where basically they do the power slap and then they, you know, I mean, I don't know, it seemed like a good way. I feel like both guys would sign up for it. Would sign up to do something like that. All right, let's do a poll. I'm gonna see. Yeah, what do you guys think about what's going on here? I mean, Chad, I haven't really seen too much about what a lot of people think about what's going on. Let me do a poll in the YouTube chat here, guys. Who would win in a fight, Berkey or Nick Airball? I think most people are probably gonna take Berkey. I'm gonna take, I don't know. I'm gonna take Berkey too, but like I said, Airball got his size though. Airball got hard, but Berkey seemed like he really ready to scrap. I mean, he got like he really want to kill somebody. But yeah, in a slap fight, I feel like a slap fight would be a little bit more fair between the two, and I feel like a slap fight we literally might see, like we could see that happen. So I don't know. I mean, I think in a slap fight, I'm going to take Berkey. I feel like Berkey going to have better form. I feel like Airball going to be a little wild man, higher variance in the slap when he come around for the slap. You know, I feel like Berkey just, I don't know. Berkey seemed like he got a little more athletic background. You know, it seemed like he just stayed real active. And, you know, obviously Nick Airball could surprise us. You know, maybe the guy was a champion fucking swimmer in high school or something like that. Nothing would surprise me about the guy. We don't really even know much about Nick Airball. You know, maybe this guy was some fucking supreme high school athlete, and then he got into investment banking, and then he found poker, and he's staying up playing poker till 5 a.m. in the fucking casino, and, you know, but really he like some cyborg athlete. You know what I mean? Who knows? I don't know. Nobody's gonna agree to let someone slap them undefended. That's literally what the power slap is. Power slap is. You know, that's basically what power slap is. Basically, power slap is the people fucking literally slap each other undefended. I mean, it's like a normal thing now. Let me show you if you've never seen that before. I mean, it is in Vegas, right? We get Dana White here.
1.
Check it out. This is what we're gonna have him do. Oh
my. 2.
So each guy get 1 hit, right? Or maybe we play to one guy get knocked out. I don't think we want to do that, but maybe we just do like 1 hit each. You know, one side, Berkey get a slap, Airball get a slap. Like, they take some of this aggression out on each other. You know, we got an arena here in Vegas. Hopefully we can use. So guys, so I believe we are going to see the match, like I said, and I mean, I feel like there's so much like going on. I gotta like try to get this recapped here in my own mind. I'm trying to make sense of this. So it seems like Doug Polk was a real big instigator of all this. And he came out today and said that he offered Berkey the carrot. That's very debatable. And now he gets the stick. Anyone that bet with me, feel free to cancel our bet if you want. I wanted to remain neutral in this case. We played at the Lodge. Given that isn't going to happen, I'll be helping Nick Airball in this match. So Doug Polk came out of the YouTube retirement, and he is back with a fucking vengeance. And he seemed like he real upset with Matt Berkey. So he'll be offering his services to Nick Airball, and he said, I don't really have time to be spending endless hours on this, but I will help him with anything he needs to try and beat this idiot. So it actually does seem like Doug Polk has endless hours to spend on this, so it actually seemed like it could be a good thing for him to sink his teeth into. Supreme Leader coming back with a vengeance. And I haven't seen this guy this fired up in a long time. I mean, I don't know what got into him, but it seemed like he is he said something earlier. Let me find the tweet that he said. He said that him and Max Silver got into it. Max Silver said, you're aware you're coaching Airball's exact opposite effect you're looking for, right? Isn't really any humiliation to lose to someone coached by a top heads-up player. Channel this animosity into something positive. You will feel better for it. Obviously, you know, anytime you come out with a tweet that go against someone, other people try to, you know, get you in positive mindset. Shout out to Max Silver. Doug said, Max, when I had a child, I took a step back and reevaluated my life. What I realized is that life is short and you have to do what you love. So anyways, when Nick wakes up, we'll look at some turn, check, raise, versus delay spots. So Doug, you know, seem pretty locked in. Time to post YouTube videos every day, duke it out on the felt, talk shit on Twitter, and roast up the people who had it coming. This is who I am. So basically, Doug, you know, he's been kind of like hit and miss for the past couple years, you know, making content, kind of went through spurts a little bit, but, you know, wasn't really sticking around for an extended period of time. And now that he's got the Lodge and he's got the new stream set up, he's got people that are willing to play him at high stakes heads up. He just took Scott Ball, I think, for 6 figures. He had a match against Bill Perkins. You know, he's getting a lot of good content out of it. He gets to promote his stream. So I think the landscape for what Doug can do now is a lot different than it used to be, whereas the online sites were taking away heads up and the only real poker he could play was ring poker. And now he has his own card room, the Lodge. He's got a stream. He's got a new YouTube channel. So he really has a lot of incentive to, you know, play more poker, right? Whereas before he might have had incentive to play poker. He really couldn't even have a place to play poker. And his main poker is for heads up. So, you know, heads up way different than nine-handed poker. It's just like really different games. So now that he's like, oh, maybe I can get more action and it makes good content, he decided, you know what, he's going to come back out of retirement. You know, it seemed like he got this beef with Berkey. I don't know what exactly went down with these two guys, but it seems like maybe there's some stuff that we don't know about. Maybe that took place. You know, it seems like Doug's pretty upset that Berkey was criticizing his business, even though Doug is a professional at criticizing other people's businesses. So now Doug didn't like it when Berkey, I guess, was criticizing what he had going on. And I know we are down there for the Lodge games in February. I know we talked with Berkey a little bit about coming down there to play at the Lodge. And I guess they couldn't come to an agreement on Berkey coming down to the Lodge. And Doug seemed to get really offended by this. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. He just started really calling out Berkey. Yeah, it was pretty wild. I mean, I don't really know how to explain that. I mean, maybe we do know how to explain it. I don't know. What do you guys think? See what the chat's saying. It's great for poker. Let's be honest, boys. Chris says they're just trying to compete with WrestleMania. Having a child is stupid in this day and age. All right, calm down. Poker Pro Eric, Doug needs to chill. Maybe go to the mountains with some edibles. I see. Seem kind of like right at home. I mean, if you guys forgot about, you know, if you guys forgot about how Doug used to be when he was playing poker all the time, when he was calling out people, challenging them to heads up, when he was making content about some of the scandals that were going on, some of the stuff with Poker Stars, some of the stuff with Daniel Negreanu. You know, this is kind of how he was for many, many years in terms of calling people out, trying to play a lot of heads up, you know, finding people that he can get to play him in a match. So I don't know. I guess he's coming back with a vengeance. I mean, Jesus Christ. The views on his YouTube videos are killing it. I mean, he's been making, you know, he's getting more views, I think he said, than ever before. Let me go see if I can find his YouTube channel. Hold on a second. Yeah, he started basically making a bunch of YouTube videos again. And, you know, all these videos are getting a lot of views. Obviously, everybody loves a good cheating scandal. Everybody loves big pots. You know, he's kind of just has a real simple strategy. He's talking about the big hands, and he's talking about what's going on in the poker world. And as you can see, a couple weeks of that has really helped to generate quite a storm. And, you know, yeah, I mean, he's got one of the biggest platforms right now. If he's going to start going out there and having certain people on, and then they're talking shit, everyone's going to see that. Garrett's going to want to come back on. He came back on and responded the first time we heard from him in, you know, since October. So we kind of have like a few different things going on right now. And then in the middle, Doug's trying to find people to play in matches. He's trying to help promote the stream he's got going on there. So it's like a lot of layers going on to this right now. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. I feel like we could see a Doug versus Airball match, a Doug versus GMAN match. Maybe Doug versus Berkey. You know, hopefully we could see those guys play. I don't know if Berkey wants to not play on a stream or not. So, but yeah, someone said, you know, this is like a. It just seems so different than what we're used to in the poker world. You know, we haven't really seen a lot of things like this take place in a long time. Big J, what's going on? What's going on, chat? Welcome to the Legion. Welcome everybody back here. First stream of 2023. I'm here. I'm live. GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. It's been a good year so far. March 31st. I haven't really talked much about what I've been doing, so I guess, you know, it'll kind of come up naturally over time. But yeah, so Berkey and Nick Airball, like I said, these guys are going to end up playing starting tomorrow at Resorts World. So I'm going to go over there when the match does officially start. Nick Airball had some sort of drama happen in negotiations where I guess Nick Airball wanted to bring his friend Brown Balla, and he was going to have Brown Balla. He wanted Brown Balla to sit behind him for 6.5 hours at minimum, and he wouldn't talk to him, but he would just sit there. And I guess there was a big issue where Berkey didn't want this fucking guy sitting behind him. I mean, listen, it's a little strange, right? Why would you have a guy sit behind you? Berkey, you know, Nick said he's going out of his way, coming to Vegas. It's uncomfortable for him. He's going to Berkey's home court. He need his friends there. He needs support there. He need his entourage there. And I guess Berkey didn't want Brown Balla to be in the room. I think it's very understandable to not want some, I don't know, who knows what's going on. I mean, I don't know. What the fuck is the guy doing in the room, right? Let's get the guy out of the room. Let's just play the match. That's what Berkey wants to do. Nick Airball, you know, had other things up his mind, I guess. Poker commentator said it's hard to adjust to the new reality for Doug as a former top heads-up player to a guy that does poker drama YouTube reactions. That pill has a bitter taste. Well, I think he's trying to also play more poker too. Neil says Berkey had every right to reject that. Yeah, I think that's true too. I mean, you know, that's the perks of negotiating, is you get to decide on what the rules are going to be. AK Drago with the gifted subs on my Twitch channel. What's up, AK Drago? Really great to see you again, my friend. We're great to see everybody out there again. Who else we got? Despot out there. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Legion, my friends on Twitch. One all for one, one for all. We are the Legion. The Legion going strong. So yeah, guys, I mean, it's a new way of attention. Everyone's really trying to everyone's real thirsty right now. It seemed like you got Dankness kind of started making content, and now he trying to get in the mix because he sees what the content world's all about. So he seemed extra fired up. You got Nick Airball, you got the Hustler guys that are coming out there that are getting their name in the attention. You got Phil Galfond, who's you know, he got a new stream coming up here too. So he's gonna have a game. Hustler's gonna have a game. Poker Go has a game. Live at the Bike is going to be moving. They got a new game, and I think they're coming to Vegas, so they're going to have a Vegas game too. You got Doug down at the Lodge trying to stand out. You got a bunch of these poker tournaments. You got Triton Poker. You got Merit Poker. You got the poker streamers. You got the poker vloggers. So it's really a brand new world, a new world order in poker. You know, it's like a new time. So now everyone's trying to, right, get their foot in the door or get some attention or get people interested, get people excited, play some poker, play some matches, win some money, lose some money. So it's, I don't know, man. It's intense. I wish I was still making a lot of content because this would be like a golden time for me. I mean, there's so much to talk about. I'm so used to poker. There's just not really being much interesting things to talk about. And now you got Mariano and Rampage playing 500K pots. I mean, what is going on? It's just crazy. It's a lot different now. We got Espin in the chat. What's up, Espin? What's up, Poppy? What's going on, brother? Update us, Poppy. What have you been up to? When does the dating show launch? What have I been up to? I've been up to playing a lot of poker. I've been up to doing a lot of investing. I just had my third investment. I'm going to be doing my first piece of content with these guys. Yeah, I'm very excited about my investing. I'm focused on investing right now, focused on working with companies. Basically, now I got to find good deals. So I already got the funds lined up, the money lined up, the people that I'm working with lined up on that end. So I just got to find ideas. I got to find people looking to raise money. And, you know, I got to figure out if I'm going to make content about that, if I'm going to be real public about that, real private about that. You know, yeah, that's basically what I'm doing right now. So I got some events coming up in Vegas. We're doing more poker events. We're going to go out to Hustler for the $1 Million game. World Series of Poker is coming up. There's going to be a lot of high stakes action going on then. I started playing a lot more online poker. And, yeah, my research going really well for what I'm working on right now. But, yeah, everything going pretty well. Got a lot of offers. I just got an offer to do like a keynote at a conference. I mean, I don't know. There's like all kind of things happening right now, man. Things are booming right now in poker. Opportunity never been better. A lot of every company trying to do something interesting. I got my first giveaway coming with for the WPT Championship later on this year. That's gonna be coming up next month. And yeah, hopefully do some more stuff with those guys as well. But yeah, a lot going on. Brandon Birdside, what's up, guys? What's happening? Got a hype train on Twitch. What's happening, Benjamin? What's up, guys? What's going on, Big Bad Boris? What up, what up? Soul Read Analytics, what's up, guys? Shout out to everybody on Twitch. The hype train's rolling on. But yeah, Nick Airball, Venture Capital. I think Nick Airball is an investment banker, I believe, is what they said. But yeah, basically, right, I'm looking to do more games. I'm going to do more meetup games. I'm going to do more PLO cash games. And yeah, I'm just going to do more stuff in Vegas, get more involved in the poker side of things on that end. And I don't know exactly what content I'm going to make or if I'm going to even make a lot of content. But it does seem like a pretty interesting time right before World Series of Poker. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. Conrad in the chat. What's up, Conrad? What's going on, Poppy? I know Conrad's fired up. You know, he obviously working closely with Berkey. These guys are good friends, big supporters of each other. You know, he's not taking a liking to, you know, the comments and the feedback from Nick Airball and what he's got to say about Solve for Why. So, you know, he's real fired up. He's in the mix here, too. Frankie B said, huge PLO game at Kings. Yeah, I just saw that, too. Yeah, I talked with Rob. I'm going to go over that game. I told him I'd take a look at some of the hands going down on there. Shout out to Benjamin with the gifted subscriptions on Twitch as well. Welcome everybody to the Legion, guys. First stream back, 2023. Welcome to the Legion, my friends. Juan Pena. Shout out to Juan. Thank you, Juan. Learn female nature. So, Joey, we need poker boxing. Make it happen. Yeah, I mean, we do need some poker boxing. That does sound interesting. I feel like there's so many layers of this story to more gifted subs. Thank you, Poppy. Thank you. Andrew Burns, lock in. Bro, Phil Galfond is clickbaiting Twitter now. Like, he went full content creator. It's pretty shocking to see. That's when you know times have really changed, when Phil Galfond is joining the clickbait. I mean, damn, that's like crazy. Look at the convo here. So Phil Galfond is the mediator for these two guys. What is going on? Phil Galfond is trying to live a peaceful life. He get roped into this. So Nick Airball said, wouldn't this be an issue if the person wasn't Ishan? So basically they were disputing about Nick Airball sitting behind, having his friend sit behind him. And then Berkey said, I'll get you a puppy if you need emotional support. I'm not playing you with a scout. So, right, Nick Airball wanted the guy to sit behind him. And Daniel Lowry, what do you say? Shout out to Scott? All right, yeah, shout out to Scott the Clown. Who's Shout the Clown? I don't know who that is. But yeah, shout out to Scott the Clown. So, okay. Let's lock in. Okay, what is going on? I'm trying to make sense because I really I feel like I'm missing something in this story. I'm gonna take an edible just out of respect. So Nick Airball said, dude, go suck a dick for a 25.50 buy-in. And then Phil said, hey guys, heading to bed. Ball is currently in Berkey's court. And give the thumbs up on moving ahead with nobody sweating and full decision power on future disputes for me. So basically, Phil Galfond came to an arbitration. I guess they didn't want to take the arbitration. And Phil decided to go to bed at 8:21 p.m. Matt said, sorry for the solar prawns, had a busy night sucking dick for a buy-in. Sounds like we're back on. Nick Airball said, I hope you sucked it good, bitch. Glad we're all on the same page now. What do you guys think about that? I mean, I don't know what. So eventually, they were able to come to the resolution where they were going to play. And now, like I said, the match is on. And then today, the match is scheduled to start tomorrow. They got in the shoving match. And look at this. Look at this guy in the background. He's so funny. He finds this so funny. All right, so let's talk about the match. So Berkey versus Airball. What do we know about the two? So I think Berkey got a game that's really suited well for Heads-up. Because Berkey, it seems like a lot of criticism he gets is that he puts himself in a lot of spots post-flop with some weaker hands. So he liked to play a lot of hands. He liked to play a lot of pots. He liked to play really deep stack. And Berkey has heads-up experience from way back in the day when he used to play online poker. He still plays online poker now. He plays a lot of shorthanded, plays a lot of heads-up. You know, he's actively working, coaching, working his thought process all the time. So Nick Airball, we don't really know if this guy got a lot of heads-up experience. We don't really know exactly, you know, if he only plays live poker, if he only plays full ring. I know he might play some shorthanded heads-up when the game break, but you know, he's got a lot of deep stack experience. Berkey's got a lot of deep stack experience. Berkey likes to play a lot of hands. In this format, you're going to be playing pretty much every single hand on the button. So, you know, I don't know. I feel like Berkey, to me, is a pretty clear favorite in the match. He's got the experience factor. He should have the professional player mindset down. He knows how to recover, you know, if he gets emotional. And, you know, you got to assume that he's going to be able to keep it under control a bit better than Nick Airball, whereas Nick Airball maybe start losing some money. You know, things aren't going his way. He starts running bad. Who knows if that tilt gets out of control, and before you know it, you turn being down a few $100,000 into being down $1 million because you tilted and made some bad plays. So I think that, you know, maybe Nick Airball is going to have a higher likelihood of that happening than Berkey, but, you know, there is the whole social pressure thing going on as well, too, where Berkey, if he's on Twitter, if he's doing the show, if he's reading comments, you know, he's going to be hearing it from people, the Nick Airball entourage that's going to be at Resorts World. So, you know, Berkey got to really hold it together, because if he ends up getting real emotional, which we already saw, he got the shoving match going on today, then that could really start to affect his play. And, you know, once you start losing and once you start getting stuck and getting in the hole, and it becomes a little bit harder to control those emotions that were already on edge due to the back and forth kind of they have going on. So, you know, obviously these guys are going to be working on their game during the match. Nick Airball looks like he's going to have Doug helping him out on his side. You know, Doug obviously be a great asset to have too. You know, Berkey, he's got his team as well. I'm sure people are going to be getting in touch with him, offering to coach him, helping to make him a stronger heads-up player as well. But at the same time, these guys are going to be playing really deep stack. So it's a lot different playing 700 BB deep or 500 BB deep or 400 big blinds deep than playing 100 big blinds deep. And, you know, not a lot of people really have a lot of experience playing super deep stack live heads-up Nolan Hold'em. So, you know, Doug Polk probably a really good resource to have, just because he just got playing these challenges, and he did really well against, you know, Scott Ball and battled Perkins. I think it kind of came down to one hand between those two. So I'd say my pick to win, if I had to pick right now, is I'd have to go with Berkey because he's a favorite, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see Nick Airball, you know, win this match. Nick Airball been real confident talking to him as well. He been real, you know, confident he's going to break Berkey down mentally. He said it's war. He said he's going to be talking to him. He said, you know, he's going to be probably name calling. He's going to be trying to get under his skin. He's going to be trying to get Berkey out of his game. What do you guys think? Doe Poker said, Joey, I know Doug is your friend, but I assume you think he's been out of line in all this. Yeah, well, what do you think about that, chat? Has Doug been out of line in all of this? I mean, what is the out of line? I guess who decides? It's different than a lot of people are going to use, right? I mean, most people aren't going to be criticizing competitor. They're not going to be name calling them. They're not going to be you know, talking shit to them. But to me, I'm used to seeing Doug act this way. I'm used to seeing Doug call people out that he thinks are, you know, doing something wrong. So in this situation, I guess he thinks that Berkey shouldn't be a coach, which, you know, very debatable. And I think that, you know, I don't think there's any certain qualification you need to be a poker coach. Anybody can be a poker coach. And if Berkey students feel like they're getting value for the services he's providing, which a lot of people out there, from what I've seen, feel like they are getting value from learning from him, from being around him. So, you know, maybe Doug could be wrong about that. It's his opinion. He allowed to have an opinion on what he thinks about the quality of the services Berkey's providing. But, you know, it's kind of a subjective thing. And like I said, there is no fucking rule that this guy can be a coach, that guy can't be a coach. Like, You know, I don't know. I mean, but yeah, Doug, you know, pretty much always out of line. So not to be surprised to see him pushing the boundaries, right? To be riling people up. And now Berkey, I mean, you know, I don't know how. I mean, like if I was Berkey and Doug made that video where he said that he was a fraud, poker fraud, torches money on live TV, embarrassing. I mean, he basically just trolling Berkey. You know, I don't know. I mean, those two see each other. I don't think it's going to be very friendly. And it seems like there is some real animosity between both of those sides. Will77, what's up, Will? What's happening? Nick Airball's eyebrows. What's up, Nick Airball's eyebrows? What's happening? What's going on? What's going on, guys? Sydney, Yo Poppy, Scotland in for a toke. Yeah, go ahead. Benjamin with the donation. Shout out to Benjamin. Appreciate you, brother. Dublin Gangster, 4K for Poker Out Loud. They're a scam. I don't think, I mean, you know, conferences charge a lot for a lot of money. In real life experiences, people are charging a lot of money. So I don't really think 4K is that crazy of a price point, especially if people want to pay it. I mean, it kind of sounds like a product that other companies should think about adding in. If they have enough customers that want to pay 4K to have a live poker experience, to get training, to be in groups, to be able to play on a show, to get their stuff recorded. You know, I mean, yeah, people, like if you're playing 5-10 or if you're playing 10-20 and you go to this training course of people that regularly play a lot of live poker, and you learn something that allows you to go back and make $10,000, $20,000 in your local game. So is 4K really that much money to be paying if it ends up making you that back in one buy-in? So, you know, I think it's all relative to a lot of stakes you're playing. Whereas if you're playing, you know, lower stakes, will it be worth it for you? You know, I think it's going to depend on your bankroll. And, you know, is there better usage of your time? Is there better usage of your resources, of your capital to get better value? That's certainly debatable, but everybody learns in different circumstances. So some people might learn in a live poker circumstance like that. Actually, I think people definitely learn like that. So. Michael Hutton, what's up, Michael? How's it going? Good to see you. I'm just trying to make sense of this. So Doug is like, he called for an idea to stream the match at Poker Go in Vegas, sell pay-per-view tickets, raise money via selling advertising, and put it all in a prize pool, and 50% to Berkey. Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that there's enough interest in these events. So, you know, the advertisers and sponsors, I think, would be willing to pay a lot of money to be a part of a big-ass show that a bunch of people are watching. So, I mean, this actually be a pretty good deal for the players involved, because let's say that they got, for advertising, let's say they were able to get $300,000 in advertising. So if you take the tickets, $70 a piece, and you take $300,000 in advertising, and then you say, okay, we're going to, if we're Poker Go, right, Poker Go got to take a certain cut to be able to put the match on, and maybe after they take their cut, then the players can end up really making a lot of money. It's certainly an idea that we haven't really seen before happen in poker, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see something like this happen in the future, because if there's going to be this much interest in two guys playing heads up at high stakes, then that's like a real thing. And people are really interested in this fucking story. I mean, the story is like going crazy. Nobody's paying $70 to watch these fools play poker, Michael said. Listen, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But they can definitely raise money for sponsors. I mean, maybe I might be overestimating or underestimating how much money they could get for sponsorships. But if they make it an actual show, an actual event, really hype it up, then, you know, I don't see why people wouldn't tune in and want to watch it. Let the men strike with their chips, not their fist. I agree. I agree, but you guys know You guys know I love a good brawl. I love a good showdown. I love a good fight. So, all right, would you guys pay $70 to watch these play? Let me put another poll in here. Would you pay $70 to watch these guys play? I mean, how long are they going to play for? They play for 100 hours. You got to watch 100 hours. You can pay to watch 100 hours. I feel like they could charge more money than for sponsorship. If they got 100 hours of play, I mean, they might be able to make a lot of money here. Daniel Lowry says, how much do I need to pay for Scott the Clown official hashtag promotion? This music's getting me hyped up. The edible, some of my edible's starting to kick in. I got Rob Kuhn out there messaging me on Twitter, said if I need a guest, I might need a guest. I really want to see these two powers play. Okay, so basically I think we can all agree that it really does suck that we aren't going to be able to get to see these guys playing any hands. I mean, it almost seems unbelievable that we're going to have all this drama and then not actually get to watch them play. It's almost unbelievable to think that is the state of how these things go. So, you know, somebody really need to step up and play a match, I think, at this point in time for the fans, because the fans, all they got to do is, you know, they want to see people play at the end of the day. So, you know, we really need to find a way to get people to play matches that want to show the fans, right? Like Berkey doesn't want to show the fans. He just want to play airball. That makes sense too. Not everybody's going to want to, but you know, maybe we find people that do want to show the fans, you know what I mean? Like that seemed like a better idea than putting all this energy into paying attention to matches where we don't even get to watch them play. So the chat is in and they said they would not pay $70 to watch these guys play. So, you know, here's what it is. Most people would not pay. Okay, got it. Let's see what the Twitter replies are saying. If you get in someone's face, you deserve hands on you. Simple. Is that true? So if you get in somebody's face and you shove them, I mean, I guess Berkey could have just hit it. Could have. I don't know. Rob Kuhn says, we're locked in. Didn't realize you were live. What's up, Rob? Yeah, listen, I just hopped on here, man. I don't know. I'm like sitting here. I just wanted to talk about it before the match starts, and then that's it. You know, then I get to watch it go down. So. But yeah, GMAN also came back. GMAN got a little outshadowed, unfortunately. You know, he got his big return. He been coming back, and then you know, now a bunch of other things kind of happened. So, but yeah, Garrett basically went on Doug Polk's podcast, and he said that. Where's it at? Yeah, where's that fucking clip at? He basically said that he still thinks that Robbie cheated. He still thinks that.
What should be done, you know, about the money at this point?
Right, that's where this is driving, yeah.
Yeah, and I think, like, I can just answer flat out, like, no.
He said he's not giving her the money back.
Any money, period, flat out. That's not going to change. That has never changed. Again, I am extremely confident I was cheated in this hand. And so, you know, I expressed sort of empathy towards those who very much are Team Robbie. What I would ask them to do, just for a second, is ask themselves, if they were extremely confident they were cheated in a hand by a con artist, what would they do? What would they do?
So Garrett basically called her a con artist and said that he thinks he cheated in the hand still. He went on the interview, basically said everything Nick Airball said about him wasn't really true. He clarified exactly how the games came to be on Hustler. Talked about You know, there was like, I mean, I thought all this stuff was just really well known about how the games go down and stuff like that, but I guess some of it wasn't well known or some of it was surprising. You know, obviously Nick Airball isn't going to agree with how it was going because it wasn't in his favor. So if your goal is to get on the show, you're just going to say whatever you can say to get your way, right? So it's kind of like, I feel like a lot of the points that they were talking about, oh, Ryan, you know, Garrett and Ryan would go about creating a game in this way, right? And Nick Airball had an issue with the way that it was going down in some ways, and the way that Garrett was handling it, and the way he was shut out of the games. So to me, what it seems like is going on here is you basically have Nick Airball, who is really making like an impressive power play here to not only one, become the main star of Hustler, but two, become a main star of the poker world. And you know, now Garrett's on the outside looking in. He's not going to go back on Hustler. You know, he could go play on Live at the Bike, shout Wayne Chiang, shout what they got going on. He could go play on Poker Go, but he doesn't. Poker Go isn't in LA. So I know he wants to play near home. He wants to play where people are at. So, you know, he wants to play where he lives at. I mean, it's real convenient, right? You don't want to necessarily go traveling once a week or twice a week to go play at the lodge or play in Vegas. So, whew. But yeah, I mean, the first time he comes back and play, he should get paid a lot of money. So, Wayne Chiang, welcome to the Legion, my friend. Thank you very much. Here, let me get Rob on here. I'm curious what he got to say about this. Hold on a second. Let me get my man Rob Kuhn in here. Rob just started making content. He working hard. Everyone's getting into content these days, guys. Content is the new trend because people are able to see how much content can help their business and how it can make them money. So people want to make money, people want to improve their business. It's really never been easier to get into the content game. It's really easy to build a channel. It's really easy to record content. The AI is rapidly improving, and that's going to really help people make content as well too. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot more people doing stuff. It's pretty exciting to see. If anybody out there is raising money for anything poker related, feel free to get in touch with me. I'm basically looking to invest in all poker projects, businesses. Doesn't matter what stage you're at. If you're an angel, if you're at seed, you know, if you have an MVP, if you're a little bit farther along, I'm looking to invest resources, capital, ideas, anything into poker. So feel free to get in touch with me. And yeah. All right, let me get Rob on here. Let me hit him up. Let me get him on. Yeah. Joey the philanthropist. Well, the goal of investing is to find good ideas to invest in. So you got to start with what you know best, which is poker, content. Maybe we find some ideas, maybe not. Never know. All right, I'm gonna hit up Rob Kuhn. I'm gonna get him on here. I'm gonna see what he thinks about what's going on here. I think he was on the Only Friends show the other day as well too. Maybe I get Wayne in here. Was Gene in here as well too? Shout out to Gene. Let me see if Rob's gonna come on here. I want to get Wayne on here too. I'm really curious what Wayne got to say. Let me hit up Wayne real quick. Did you guys see this guy Nick Vertucci folded his hand? This like went kind of it's so crazy how many views. 199,000 views for this hand. A screenshot of a hand gets 199,000 people. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems like absurd. Jesse Folan, what's up, Jesse? What's happening, brother? What are the odds it was staged? I mean, always a possibility. Let me see. Let me get Wayne in here. What's up, Wayne? What's happening? Wayne, you there?
I'm here.
What's happening, Poppy?
I'm at work. I bet you're surprised to hear that.
You always work, man. Get listening. Big shot.
I know.
Welcome, my guy Wayne to the chat. What's up, Wayne? Wayne Chiang works with Live at the Bike. What's your official job at Live at the Bike, Wayne?
I guess producer. My working title is Director of Business Development at Bally, but that covers producer and just like a bunch of other stuff.
Okay.
We're still a small team here.
Okay, so what are your thoughts about what's happening with the Berkey and with
Oh my God.
the Airball showdown?
This is just like, when it's I don't even want to say it's like good for poker to have like all these things. I like keeping the peace, but peace is not a reality, especially in this industry. So when you have people stepping on each other's toes, it's like, man, obviously respect Doug Polk for like his content and just like ambitions, the heads up stuff. And, he recently just got like #1 in US West Warcraft 3, but man, this is hard to watch. Like he's just like stomping on Berkey. It's like, oh.
Yeah, someone said Wayne's looking good. He looks younger. You do look great, Wayne. Yeah, you look shiny. You look fired up. You look like you got a lot of good things. You look like you've been hanging out with Robbie a lot over there at Live at the Bike. You guys been?
Yeah, she's been here.
So are you a fan of like this whole people like getting in people's faces and like fights breaking out and
No, I'm old. I'm effing old. Like I don't like this stuff. Like I just like. When you're just a player, and there's a disagreement that pops up, you're like, oh yeah, just calm down, whatever. But when you're an operator and you represent a brand, like you really just don't want this stuff happening. Like hopefully the disagreements just ideally end at like trash talking and then just like back off, calm down, and then they stop. Like when Berkey and Airball in Vegas and there's tension that's leading to fights. That's not good.
So it's not good to have two people that want to fight each other.
No, I don't think it's good because it's not just them involved. They're gonna publicly they have people that back them. Like what are they supposed to do? Like you're just dragging so many people into this. And you think
that's a bad thing?
I don't think it's good.
You don't think it's good?
I don't want. I mean, when you're younger and you see like Tupac versus Biggie, it's like, oh shit, But then when you get older, you're like, no, I don't want people getting hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I don't get along with them, I don't want them getting hurt. And then the older you get, you got to take care of people, and you have, people affiliated with you. I don't want anybody I'm affiliated with to be in danger.
Mm-hmm.
But we know disagreements are going to happen. Peace is not a reality. Just got to try.
Mm-hmm. You want to keep the peace, Wayne?
I do want to, and I also know it's not a reality because people just don't get along.
Definitely, yeah.
Some people are just personality conflicts. Maybe nobody's at fault. Maybe there is scummy stuff going on, but we're in the poker and casino industry. We just want to play cards and gamble. Like there's some fun rivalries, but then like look, like Melissa just tweeted out that she's got like a stalker or something. Just like it's hugely terrible for a girl, and even as a guy, I'm just like people shit talk me. Like online, sometimes in person, and just I'm not that worried, but you hear about shootings in the US, like I don't want any of that shit to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even if it's not affiliated with somebody I know, even if I don't get along with somebody, I don't want any harm to go on him.
Mm-hmm.
Like different places, different views, so what? Like if we don't get along, just leave each other alone.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, like, it's just tough, man. Just like airball slamming on Garrett and then slamming Duggan, airball slamming on Berkey. It's like Doug, Berkey, and Garrett have been around the industries for like at least 15 years, if not 20. And, some of that just potentially is negated by like some shit talking or just like, I don't know everything that's gone on, but like, if I do want to find out, I just ask mutual friends that have been around for 20 years as well. And we just find out. But if you have narratives that are just like inaccurate, look at what happened over COVID and quarantines, like just, so many disagreements. And then like years after the events, then things get revealed that, they were manipulated, potentially untrue. It's just not good when things get circulated that aren't true, I guess.
Guys, we're joined by Wayne Chiang from Live at the Bike, giving his opinion in here in the situation. Listen, Wayne, we're gonna tap in Rob Kuhn here in a little bit, man. We appreciate you coming on here. You sound very somber. Listen, I see it completely opposite of you, Wayne. I'm loving the entertainment for the fans. I'm feeling the fans' excitement. I'm a fan of poker battling. I'm a fan of players with some rivalries. When I was coming up watching poker, I used to love it when people went back and forth. Obviously, I'm not trying to see anybody. I would love to see them power slap. I would love to see these guys fight if they really want to settle it there, and that's what they feel like they got to do. I wouldn't mind to see that, but at the same time, I don't want to see any of these guys get hurt. I know most of these guys anyway. I'm not really looking to see anybody get severely hurt. But if two guys want to scrap it out and want to battle, and they feel like they got an issue, and that's where they want to go with it, I'm all for that.
If it's set up like an official thing like Elke and Lex, like what it was like 10 years ago or over 10 years ago, that's fine. But like the unregulated, them playing heads up, great. Phil Galfond.
Bro, these guys ain't gonna fight, Wayne. Come on, bro. What are you talking?
I don't know, man. Are you sure?
Come on. What are they gonna throw one punch? Come on. It can be a short fight, Wayne. What's gonna happen in the fight? Come on. What is Berkey gonna go fucking American History X and start fucking bashing him? You know what I mean? Like, come on. Nick Airball and the entourage and Round Ball are gonna pull up and challenge him to a fist fight. Come on. That's not happening. So, okay. I think if there's name calling going on and Nick Airball is attacking Berkey and keeps calling him names, then Berkey he wants to respond, and that's what happened in the situation. That was the catalyst for that. So they're gonna be in close quarters, and should Nick Airball be allowed to be talking shit like that and calling this guy names to the point where he wants to come over there and slap you aside the fucking head? I think we can debate that, and maybe that should be something they got to figure out what that rule is going to be for their match. What do you think about that as somebody who's putting on a show?
I think just like the trash talking is all fine, but I think there's definitely enough tension that's, fists can be flying. Mm-hmm. So I don't like that. Like I occasionally see at the casino, there's obviously videos of pretty bad altercations, and, you're dragging other people into it too. It's not just them that will be having issues. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wayne. So I get it's good for entertainment. I get it's good for viewership, but I'm old now. I just don't want that shit.
I feel you on that, buddy. I feel on that. Listen, we'll talk soon, okay, Wayne?
All right. Take it easy.
All right. See you soon, buddy. All right. Big shout to Wayne. Yeah, I see where Wayne's coming from. I like peace. I like people getting along. I don't want to see people get hurt either, so I can understand where Wayne's coming from too. But yeah, Wayne, like you said, getting older, very empathetic. Let's see what Rob's got going on here. Rob Kuhn, what's up, Rob?
Can you hear me?
Poker Guru, are you there? I can hear you.
Yeah.
How's it going, guys? We got Rob Kuhn in here, Poker Guru, longtime poker player, working with ACR. Just started a YouTube channel, trying to get in on the drama, getting in the clicks business, as some people call it. Rob, what's going on, man? What are you seeing here, man? What are your thoughts on this fucking?
Yo, shout out to Wayne, but brother, get off the mic. We needed this Joey back. We needed this investigation. We want to see violence, brother. We want to see these heads up for rolls matches. Like
100%, bro.
this
Of course,
PC shit.
I want to
this
see
PC
people
shit,
play.
Get out of here.
Exactly. I'm ready to see them play. Like,
yo, not only do I want to see fucking financial violence, I want them to glove up, get in the ring, dude. My blood is boiling right now. Like they need to, they need in the ring, dude.
Dude, I can feel it. I'm like seeing the things they're saying. I'm putting myself in Berkey's situation where you got some guy coming after you, challenging you to play high stakes heads up. He's calling you names, and I could just imagine being in Berkey's spot, and he's just fucking so fired up, so angry, so just wants to. This
Bro,
guy
I could see it in his face. Did you see that? I mean, that was the hard stance. Like Berkey was ready. Like that wasn't posturing. I've been in a lot of fights in my life. I'm a fucking redneck from Ohio, right? You know when a guy's ready. He was ready. He was locked in.
Yeah, but if you see these guys fight, you don't want to see them like throw down and get banned from the poker room, right? You don't want to start fighting in the poker room, then they ban you from the poker room. You can't come back to the poker room. You know, they don't want to get themselves.
Win, you play heads up at the win.
Yeah, but they don't want to get banned from the Bellagio. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, that's why who was it? Barcelona? He had the best idea. Put him on Rough and Rowdy. El Prez pays him a lot of money, whatever. Maybe not a lot, relative money. Maybe like $50K per person or whatever. Dude, why do I look like a fucking ghost in that? This ring like shit, huh?
Well, you gotta learn the magic of camera settings. You can make yourself look.
Dude, my camera's.
Look what. So what do you think about us not being able to see this match actually happen?
I think that's probably better for Berkey. I mean, obviously not good for our viewing pleasure, right? Like we're gonna have to get daily updates, which people are gonna lock into that, right? People are gonna get. How many people are gonna film this match from the rail? That's the real question, because this is like Airball's realm. Like he's a fraud from LA, right? I mean, we all know this.
What do you mean by what do you mean a fraud from LA? What do you mean?
I'm posting a video tomorrow on YouTube where he talks about where he buys them for $20,000. He, for some ungodly reason, folds a full house with kings on a queen 6 deuce board to rampage. Talks about how he has to sell his car to rebuy. Now, 6 months later, has unlimited money. Says it's all his. Sure it is.
So you're making a video about this?
Yeah, video's already been done.
So
I'm on the content streets, my brother.
So you're gonna make a video and say that Nick Airball is a fraud from LA and he doesn't have.
No, he is a fraud from LA. However, my videos are a little bit neutral. You know, I take the neutral stance with the in the content streets. Maybe not this content.
How can you make that video and say it's neutral? What do you mean? It's clearly.
I leave it up to discretion most of the time.
So you're saying that because we don't know how the guy got his money, that it's not from poker and that it's not from poker, and it's definitely not from fucking investment banking, unless he's had one hell of a year. Okay. Well, I don't know. Do we know? Has he talked about it in his interviews at all? Like, I really don't know.
Dude, it's hard to find this guy's name, but look, I got a lot of friends, and I have a lot of friends that are very bored, and I got a lot of info on this dude. Yeah, it's definitely not from investment bank, I'll tell you that much. And he probably has a rich backer. Maybe it's Aaron Zhang. Who knows? But yeah, he went from low stakes, sometimes shot taking 10, 100, 200 to, like Garrett said, he had no money 6 months ago. Where did it come from?
Yeah, I guess why are people so interested in where the money comes from? Because I can't remember this ever being like a big, people obviously they're always interested how someone makes money. How much money they make at poker, how much they lose at poker. It's obviously always been like a big gossip thing that people have done since I can remember. So why are people so obsessed with trying to get to the bottom of that?
I think it comes down to like when a super villain like Airball comes on the scene and he claims the king of LA and he'll fucking felt you and you got to play with your own money. It's like, okay, well, why don't you play with your own money first, and then people will shot take against you or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's just more the claims of like legitimacy, in my opinion. That's what tilts me. It's like this. I've played the private games for like 6 years now, and it's like this LA thing. When I play the private games, these LA guys come in, they just fucking love to flaunt money. I don't know. I fucking hate LA people, to be honest. Sorry if you're watching from LA. You're probably not all bad, but most of you are scumbags. I don't know what it is. It's this like very materialistic lifestyle. It's not me.
So when you say this about Nick, obviously he gonna react to you. He probably gonna get talk. You guys are gonna start going back and forth. I'm guessing, is that the goal with what you have or something, or what the?
No. God, I'm never gonna sit in a casino with this guy. Can you imagine? I mean, Berkey's doing God's work by having to sit across the table for this guy for 100 hours. Like, I already play Heads Up every day. Like, Heads Up is great. If he wants to play me online, sure, all day. But yeah, not in a casino setting. No shot. I would fucking. That's too much. He's too annoying.
He's too annoying. Is that what you?
He's just too annoying. Like, yeah, I mean, I would smoke him, but it's I don't. The juice isn't worth the squeeze there, one buddy.
We'll see. I don't know. I mean, listen, we're joined by Rob Kuhn here. Rob, longtime poker player, recently got into the content space. And what do you think about these new content creators? Seem like they got a different style, different strategy than I think a lot of people are used to seeing in poker. So what's kind of your thought process when you're making content? You know, when you're going to come out and you're going to say something like that and try to create that kind of that discussion in the community. You know, that obviously you understand where it's going to come from that, and then it's going to be making people upset and that kind of thing like that. So how do you think about the content stuff when you're coming into it from a new perspective?
Well, I take a very neutral approach. Like, look, I posted a video about this very interesting Jack high hand that Robbie J. Lude played 20 minutes. I don't know if you covered this, actually. I don't know if anyone covered this one. It was 20 minutes before the Jack forehand, where it's like it's very odd what she does. And in the video, I say, gun ahead, I'm not sure if she cheated or not. Now, I do lean one way. After that video, I do lean that she cheated more than she did not. However, when you say neutral, the comment section's lit. Like, people lose their mind over like what you're saying. It's like, if you just stay neutral, the comment section they'll just battle it out amongst each other, right? I don't have to do anything. Even though one guy was like, even when I was neutral, one guy was like, I am utterly disgusted that you don't think she cheated. This is ridiculous. I was like, what? He's unsubbed. Like, okay, dude. Like, all right, that's up to you. But yeah, I don't know. I try not to have strong bias, like, especially when I know a lot of the people that I review. Mm-hmm. You know, I could say that they play like shit and stuff like that. I just say like I try to keep it a little neutral. Say like, these are ill-advised plays. I didn't realize how old people were on YouTube, to be honest. You might have a younger demographic, I'm not sure, but like 70% are like 35 and above or something like that on my YouTube page. Mm-hmm. It's got some, geriatric people in there getting in the mix, and I keep it a little dumbed down for people.
Yeah. I'm a veteran of YouTube now. It's hard to imagine that I started this like 15 years ago, 2009, and
15 years.
2009, yeah. I made my first prop bet for the 50,000. I made my second prop bet, 50,000 hands in a day, and I made like a hype video for my bet. That was the first video I ever posted, 2009, and now.
Wait, that was 50,000 hands in one day?
50,000 hands in one day with a profit.
And you profited?
Yeah, I won 43 buy-ins.
Oh my god!
Sure, God, bro.
Savage.
But that was the first. I made that was like my hype video. My hype, like, let's go. I'm about to lock in. I think I had like a massage girl. She was giving me a massage. I made like a spoof video. It was like whatever. Back in the day.
That was 2009. That's when I started. How do I not remember this prop bet?
Yeah, it was like the second prop bet I did. So
I knew about the prop bet. I guess I didn't know if you won or not.
Yeah, I won that one.
What's your opinion on this? Who you betting on? Who you betting on, Poppy? I bet with the Supreme Leader this morning. He hit me up out of nowhere. First time I ever talked to Doug in my life. He goes, "You want Berkey plus 160?" I think he gave me at minus 140. So I'm on Berkey at minus 140.
I don't really want to bet against Airball just because I'm really interested to see what he's got to do. And this guy said he's going to cover Berkey the entire match. And I'm a fan of anyone that really is going to step up and they're going to play. And, he's been showing that he's willing to play. You said earlier you don't know where he gets his money from. Listen, I don't know.
Easy to play with other people's money. It's easy.
I mean, we ain't seen anything like this before. I mean, I never really seen something like this where someone's going to put themselves out there like that. They're going to be willing to play in front of all these people. He came down to Texas, brought $700,000 down there to play. He's coming to Vegas, getting outside of his normal zone to come play. So you got to admit, this guy's got some fucking heart, and we really haven't seen many people like this. We saw some guys online that have done this over the years that have shown that heart. But in this live setting, at this scale, at these stakes, I can't remember ever seeing somebody come in with this kind of approach. I mean, he buying in 500,000, willing to battle 500,000 on Hustler. So I think from that standpoint, you got to give him credit from there in terms of where the money comes from. If it comes from poker, if it comes from somebody else, if somebody else is staking him, you know, I mean, that's another debate altogether. But a lot of people are staked, and
yeah, he's a good heel. He's a good heel for poker. People, you know, he spices up. You know who he reminds me of? What was that guy? The New York King or something like that?
New York hashtag
some
King.
Fraud. Hashtag yes. This is my prediction for this kid, Airball. I think he's just the New York. I think he's going to be the hashtag King. Is that what his name? God,
hashtag King. Hashtag King. Yeah.
Hashtag King. I think he's going to be one of him. You're going to hear from him for like 6 months. He's going to be gone. He's going to end up fucking losing it all, and or maybe he continues getting staked or whatever his deal is now. But
yeah, I don't think so. I see what you're saying, but I don't think so. I think hashtag King was a lot different guy. He didn't really play that high of stakes. We never really saw him play that many high stakes. He kind of just like got known from a clip during a tournament. He kind of went on some shows. He was causing a little bit of noise, but then, you know, he had the incident happen on Poker in America, tried to like sell his car, or sell his house, or waiting for the wire, something like that happened.
Yeah, waiting for the wire was a good one.
Yeah, and then he kind of
tried to buy dinner and said he was waiting to wire in money for dinner.
Yeah, I think Nick Airball way different. This guy buying in for 500,000 on the show, and like and has shown an ability to battle and be able to win. So
yeah, I think the thing with this Airball, the reason I like my bet so much, and Doug actually messaged me again saying I could back out after he said he would be coaching him, which is alarming, right? That Doug's going to be coaching him. That obviously is going to help Airball quite a bit. The problem is, like, I believe you were playing heads up there for a bit, or you still are, right?
Yeah, I'm still playing a lot, yeah.
Yeah. So same. It's a fucking hard game, man. Heads up's fucking hard. Yeah, and to learn this within, you know, even if he started studying 3 months ago and then this is like a little bit of a hustle, it's still really hard. I think Berkey's going to adapt better. I don't think Airball has a long history in poker, whereas Berkey obviously does. So I mean, just based on how he's played on the Hustler, not from like his actual card perspective, but from an emotional standpoint, he's very prone to tilt. And I think if he goes down 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, he might just fucking pop off, dude. He might just lose $1 million in a day.
Right.
Like, if he
You're talking about Nick Airball, right?
We're talking about Airball, yeah.
Yeah, I said that earlier at the beginning. I said the same exact thing. I think Airball, if he goes on tilt, he could really, really go on tilt and lose a lot because it is such a fast game. It's an emotional game. 3-bet pots, 4-bet pots. Get
every hand, like, yeah. I mean, 3-betting so much.
Especially if Berkey just decides to go crazy style and just start really 3-betting. Because Airball, basically the button's got to play every single hand because there's a big blind ante. So, you know, most people are going to be limping, are going to be single raise pot. So if Airball doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's going to start limping. So if Airball just chooses like a 2.5x strat or a 3x strat or maybe goes, you know, even bigger strategy, we don't really know what he's going to come with. And they're playing super deep. And then Berkey just responds by 3-betting a shit ton more because he wants to get Airball in a lot of uncomfortable spots post flop. You know, you can put your opponent in so many uncomfortable spots where they get these close decisions on the flop and on the turn and ends up fucking costing them so much money by the river. And you end up in these spots often where you can justify and talk yourself into continuing on turn and river a little bit more often than you might be able to do at ring. So to me, if you run hot and make a lot of hands and turn up the heat and put a lot of pressure and are willing to play that kind of match, you're going to see some fucking huge swings and some huge runs.
There's going to be some fucking fireworks going on. There's going to be blood. Like, violence will be chosen every single day. And violence is chosen every day in heads up in general. With these two, like, the thing is, I can't imagine a world where Airball doesn't go down 3 buy-ins, 3-4 buy-ins early in a match. This will happen to both players, right? Like, this is the card distributions thing. One of those players will be losing really big in one of the days. Now, it's how you hold your composure on those days. Mm-hmm. Like, if you're prone to tilt and pop off real hard, you're going to lose bad those days, like really bad. If you kind of realize that, hey, I'm just running not so great today, and, you know, make it through that day and make it through the couple of days of really bad sessions. Like, I believe when Doug and even though Doug was crushing Daniel, he had like a string of like 4 or 5 bad days in a row, and he was infinitely better than Daniel, right? It's just a variance of heads up poker.
Yeah, he started getting depressed. You remember, he's like, I don't want to play anymore. He kind of had that period of time, I think, during that challenge when he had maybe 3 losing sessions, and to him that was like, oh my God, I got to play this guy for so long, every 3-4 times a week. What was it, 3 times a week match? And then, now I'm losing to the guy. Like, he kind of had that thing where DeGrano actually adjusted his strategy, and he kind of went away from trying to emulate the bot and just kind of went into old school kind of mentality, running and gutting, a more traditional kind of style that he's going to normally play. So, we saw that happen. We saw like kind of variance happen, a big swing happen, but it was really only for one day. So
yeah, that's the hardest thing with the heads up is just understanding, all right, I'm playing well, but I'm just running really bad. And the thing is, both of these guys are inexperienced with heads up, which is, it takes a while to understand that. Like I battle regs fucking every day. And when one reg might pop off on you for 5 buy-ins, 10 buy-ins or whatever in a day, and you're like, fuck, did he get better? Like maybe I should stop playing this guy when I'm 50 or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
But oftentimes it's like, all right, you play them again, and you're like, no, they just blunder all the time, and they just had a good day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big shout out to the chat. David Stewart, Poppy, what's going on, guys? What's happening? We're here, first stream of 2023. I'm joined by Rob Kuhn here, Mr. Poker Guru.
Yeah, look at that picture though. Look at that picture. Look at the fucking the tension between the two. Testosterone just running through the veins. Yeah, that was a sick video.
I know this is by Marcus Gonzalez recorded this video.
Yeah, my buddy in the background. I was texting my buddy Stu in the background there, who looks so happy, and I was like, "Yo, what's the context?" He goes, "It was so much worse even before the video." I was like, "No way." He goes, "Dude," he said Airball was being so out of line, and he's surprised it didn't come down to a fight. Like,
so what are your thoughts on this behavior?
Oh, I mean, it's not good, man. Like that's about like the only thing I'll agree with Wayne. It's not good, but like I don't have I would not be happy here. I don't think I could hold it in like Berkey did here. But it's so weird because now they have to sit in front of each other for 100 hours. Like, what the fuck? This is the weirdest heads-up match of all time. We've seen a lot of heads-up matches.
This is what I'm saying. This is the weirdest thing about. I've been thinking about it because I was deciding if I was going to cover it and make content, stream it. Nick Airball hit me up. I've been talking to him a little bit about doing something together. And I'm just like, damn, this is like really happening. Like this is, and it's getting hundreds of thousands of views, Rob.
This is going to be.
I posted this fight. Some of the comments are like, that guy's a pussy. Like, fuck that guy. I'm like, bro, these comments are like, I haven't seen.
Why?
Dude, I have not seen heat like this since the Jack 4. Like during Jack 4, this is exactly what I was seeing in the comments. Like back and forth. Everyone's like, fuck this guy. Fuck that. I'm a fan of that. They like, it's just madness in these comment section the way the fans get.
Bro, when I post an Airball hand, I mean, he is like, there's 2 people in the poker world that I have realized people do not like. And I'm not the biggest fan of Airball. I just think he's, I'm not going to say I go and hate him because I never met him. He just seems like a fraud to me. I don't like that. But people hate Helmuth. I didn't realize that as much as, goddamn, the comment sections for Helmuth are brutal. And then Airball. People hate this guy. Like if my comment section is representative of what people feel about him, holy shit, it's like a 10-to-1 ratio on how much people don't like this guy.
For Nick Airball?
Yeah, dude.
He definitely creates a lot of people that dislike the antics, the table talk, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, it's a good character to have, right? He's kind of seeing that now. He's put himself out there and he's taken this line, very aggressive, out of line to a lot of people, and people want to see that guy get crushed. So if he plays this match and he gets beat and Berkey just crushes him, the fans are going to be so fucking happy. And, that kind of builds on itself, right? Then he gets to come back again. I'm sure we're going to see him play again. I really want to see this guy play Garrett Adelstein. What do you think about that? I want to see these two play.
Oh, my God. That's the super match we need.
Exactly,
Garrett would wreck him so hard. That would be very, very fun. Garrett would come back for that, surely, right?
I think I talked with him a little bit about it. I wanted to see, how he felt about it. And I'm pretty sure that if he gets to play Nick Airball, super deep stack, on a stream and gets to try to crush this guy on a show where everyone's watching, everyone's tuned in, everyone wants to see him play, I feel like that's something that Garrett would get up for, man. I think he would do it.
I think so too. And dude, like the video I have coming out tomorrow, man. he buys him for 20,000. He's talking about selling his car, talking about selling his watch, and like Garrett said, the guy had no money 6 months ago, and now he has infinite money. Come on, dude. Come on. Just like I would respect him if he's like, yo, I just got my part of my trust fund. All right, I got 10 milli, and I'm fucking letting it rip, right? Or I got a rich backer and he lets me fire whatever. Sure. But like, don't say it's all your own money and stuff like that. It's like, or you made it into investment banking.
So you got that big an issue with that, huh?
It's just annoying. Like, it's just your typical private game clout chasing dude. It's like these guys do. The thing is, like with private games, right? And the reason I got most of the games is if you give action and you're a decent human, like the Recs like to play with you. I think this is what it was the case with Garrett. Even if you're good and they know you're a pro, oftentimes people just would, like Keating's game and stuff like that. Fish would want to play with me because I would be nice to them, whatever, and I would give action. Whereas if you're just a dick, no one wants to be around you. So like, I don't understand his approach of trying to play this like super villain. He already gives a lot of action. Like he's going to get in the games by just on his action. He doesn't have to be a dick along with it. Mm-hmm. Unless that's just his personality. I don't know. Some people say he's a nice guy off the felt, but I personally think he's just putting on a show. Mm-hmm. I don't like fake people.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna find out what's real and what's fake about him. I don't know. I'm kind of interested, just like you are, where I'm sitting back. I've been talking with them, trying to learn more about him, figure out where he's coming from. I'm not as concerned about what a lot of you guys are about where the where everything comes from. Like I don't really know what his necessarily his public image is. Like I'm not watching him on a lot of the streams on Hustler, so I don't really know what people are seeing. Oh,
you know, watching Dust Off a Million the other day.
I did see those hands. I mean, those hands were pretty out of line. Those plays were pretty wild. If you play like that during the heads-up match and make those kind of blunders,
Rampage that's what I'm saying. And like he clearly was tilting his balls off. Like he was like visually. He stopped talking. Like he got snapped off by Rampage for 160 dimes with Ace King, which is a good call.
I mean, that was those were sick hands. Not necessarily easy calls. I mean, Ace Queen, that one hand, right? Airball got a little unlucky that the guy happened to have the Ace Queen. He went crazy with a 10-4 offsuit pre-flop or 10-5, whatever it was. So, obviously when you get yourself in that spot, you're going to look foolish and, people are going to be able to critique you and all that kind of stuff like that. But if he thinks that that's part of his game, then, he's got his own style. So I guess.
That's why I think he's going to lose so bad. And that's why I didn't call the bet off with Doug, because I just think he's going to tilt. Like, I don't think he's going to be able to handle his composure when he's down big against Berkey. It's a guy who, I was trying to find the origin of this earlier. Why does he not like Berkey? Where did this start? Like, did it start with Doug talking? Like,
I'm not really
sure.
Did
he pile in?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's probably from something from Hustler. Nick Airball remember he was a part of the investigation. So, I think we had him on the show. I think he came on the show either once or twice. I think he came on the show twice. But on the Only Friends show, I know they were talking about him maybe a bit more. Maybe they were critical of him. Maybe they were kind of, talking shit. I don't really know.
Like him.
Yeah, I don't know if something happened during that, but.
I was talking to my roommate earlier. I was like, where the fuck? Why do they have beef? I thought maybe he was just like piggybacking off Doug's stuff. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I gotta ask Nick about it.
Well, he's not gonna like my videos then if he ever watches, because I just review him getting felted all the time. It's great.
Yeah, well, here, let me. What? What's your strategy? Dude,
he's good for views. I mean, they're just like he never really wins hands. So
here, let me get Sean Deeb here real quick. I'm gonna let you guys chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Sean
Deeb,
guys, listen.
Deeb's the man.
We're welcoming him.
Deeb go way back.
Yeah, Kuhn was like a $10 tournament reg when I met him down in Mexico. We're drinking every night.
Brother,
he was even fatter than me back then.
I was going to say, you've gained like 50 pounds. It's a year since I met you.
Oh, it's been more than 50, yeah. I think it was like 225 when I met you. I probably gained 80.
Yeah, no, you were the best to party with. Oh my God. Every night we went out in Mexico. How long were you there for? Like 6 months, 8 months, something like that?
I had a place there for 2 years, but I was there probably about 9 months total.
Every night we went out, we would party with Deeb, and no matter what, Deeb would not let us pay the fucking tab. So it was like, I don't know, it wasn't that expensive, but it was like, back in the day, we all weren't fucking cake like Deeb. So it was like $500, $1,000 a night, and you paid every night.
We had a good time. You always got a big cup chug. Rob would pay for the first drink of the night. He was smart, and I would let him do that.
Yeah. Yeah,
This is Ashley. She's cooking some prepping for everyone. She's doing 2 meals for me right now. I don't know if you.
Yo,
met
what's
her
your
yet, Rob.
what's your? No, I have not. No, I can't see I can't see him on screen here.
Oh, you can't.
Oh wait,
see
oh
me?
there. No, okay, now I can see. I can see you. I can see Joey.
Sorry,
Ashley.
guys.
Yeah, Joey's not there.
I went to the
Joey
bathroom. I went to the bathroom. I'm back. All right, listen.
Wow.
You
What's
really
your-
suck at listening.
No, I
What's your
heard
plan
what you
for
guys
the?
said.
What's your plan for everything, Dave? By the way, this is a hell of a.
To get under 17% body fat by any means necessary.
So, did you look at my suggestion of Wegovy or anything like that?
I'm afraid. I think that a few people I talk to, all the diet pills are going to be bad for me because it'll also end up erasing the muscle. So I have to lose way more weight. If I can maintain or grow muscle mass, I need to lose way less weight. So I'm still waiting on the first DEXA scan this week to really see what my body fat percentage is and what my lean muscle mass is. And therefore, I have a baseline of at least the minimum weight I need to get to if I maintain my weight. But I'm going to start doing some heavy weightlifting and some other stuff to bulk up. I'm trying to look like Olivier Bousquet by the time I'm done with this.
Okay, Sean, listen, you guys are talking about the prop bet without any context for anyone that's listening doesn't know about the prop bet. Sean.
You think any of your listeners don't know about the prop bet at this point, Joey?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what these people know. These people are animals out there. I don't know how they ended up here, and I don't know what the hell they got going on. But you got like a Brock Lesnar.
I'll give the intro. So
here.
I was playing a tournament at Turning Stone. Made the final table with ship lead, crushing everyone's souls. Beating the circuit grinders up. I think you can put light cheese on it. And I had not eaten any food yet that day. It was 4 o'clock. The tournament started at noon. I had a couple of my uncles in town because it was Turning Stone 2 hours away. I asked them to get me some chicken tenders. And DJ Mac, my good buddy, decided to take a video of me eating some chicken tenders, crushing the final table. And it got posted in a group chat. And then RA got a hold of it. And we know RA loves to post videos of different people in their element. So he basically says something about how it's peak performance, crushing a tournament and crushing some tenders. And eventually got to Perkins' eye. And he said, you've been setting me up for years. How about you do a weight loss bet, get to 10% body fat in 2 years, and I'll lay $1 million to your 50K. And I go, no way I'm going to take 10%. Like, I know that even like the healthiest people can't get to that. Yeah. So I was like, I was like, I talked to someone, I was like, all right, I'm going to offer like 17 to 20, settle at 15. So I just offered the 17. I was like, he might just snap that. And he said 17, sure, in a year. And because of the World Series coming up, I wasn't sure how hard it's going to work, how long it's going to take. So I said, give me to the start of the World Series next year. So he said yes. And, and I adjusted the odds to my 100 to his million. And so I think I've spent over like 50 just on plans and different things and drug. I don't know. It's going to be, I'm going to spend a lot more than I love if I don't win this bet. So I better make sure I win.
Wait, the bet starts at the end of the World Series?
14 months. The bet already started. So I've worked out the last 3 days, eating healthy since the first night I booked the bet. Stole some ideas from Doug. He's been super helpful after his failed bet, talking to Chance about his bet that he won. And, I had a great chat with Brandon Madden today. There's so many smart, healthy people in poker, and they all wanted to help me forever. So, it's brutal because there's also a lot of dumb people giving advice. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's really difficult to appreciate people I'm friendly with and ignore their advice or take other people's advice. And I really have to get a game plan and stick to it. I can't juggle between 4 different ideas of do carb, do carnivorous diet, do keto, do intermittent fasting, do this, do that. It's like there's so many things. I'm just trying to get on a system that I think works for me. And thankfully my wife's helping out with all the meal prep stuff. And, I got a great trainer, I think, used to be a bodybuilder who, lives close, works around here. And
how is this a real thing?
Building.
What a hustle. This is like the biggest hustle I've ever heard in my life. So you're going to get paid $1 million to eat healthy, eat good food, and lose weight.
Yeah, but Joey, I'm probably like, my kids are in earshot, so I'm not going to say it's too loud, but I'm probably like 20% to get divorced during this because this angry, hungry Sean, my wife has not experienced. I yelled at her today. I don't yell at her very often, and she was a little upset.
I yelled at you first.
Yeah, she yelled at me first.
I like how she clarifies it.
So you might get a divorce.
What was
Well,
that, Joey?
You might get a divorce, 20% to get a divorce, you said, because because of the lifestyle change.
Yeah, the angry, hangry Sean.
I was very patient with you when you yelled today. I just said,
So yeah, it's good.
I don't want to.
I mean, this is a lot of extra work on my wife. You know, we used to do takeout a lot, and she's always wanted to be healthy and gone in and out of being healthy many times in our marriage. But you know, with 2 little kids running around and me trying to include 3 workouts a day and all this extra
3?
work and extra.
When are the healthy stints?
What?
While you're at World Series, and then you come back.
Yeah, so she's always healthy when I'm not in town. So now that I'm here and she's doing that, I mean, you can see she's got 3 dozen eggs over there about to boil for a ton of yogurt. She's cooking 2 meals tonight because I have to have meals 3 and 5 and then a shake. It's interesting.
Yo, shout out to her for real.
Well,
I've been waiting for 10 years. I'm ready.
She's been waiting 10 years. Is that what she said?
yeah, she said that. You know, I
don't
promised
think I've
her
ever
one time we
seen-
got married that I was going to work out, and then I never mentioned that again.
Damn, how do I get paid $1 million to lose weight? Oh my god,
I've never seen a bet where
Dang.
somebody has been, you know, most of the time it's like people are like lopsided, maybe a little bit. I've never seen a bet where I think every single person wants you to win, like, and probably including Perkins, or maybe lose by 1%.
Yeah,
or whatever, but-
there's one. Apparently, there's been on the Poker News article. Some lady said he's gonna lose and he's gonna burn in this challenge. No way in hell. Just like he's gonna burn in hell when he's done with this. So there are some haters out there, but whatever.
Sounds like a fan.
Yeah, a big fan. One of my buddies like, "What did this girl do to you?" I was like, "I have no idea who the hell this is. Like, this is just random comments. I mean, you guys are on YouTube. You know what that's like." But
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, obviously,
They're very
I think
nice.
it's harder than most people think it is. But I also think I'm more committed than most people think I am.
Okay.
You know, Rob, and people see my grinding ability. We're just seeing, I don't know if it will transcend into this health lifestyle or if my body can even physically get there in a safe-ish way where I don't get hurt. You know, there's a lot of things that could hurt me during this bet. 14 months is a long time. My body and joints have never done the stuff they're doing in a long time. And yeah, I mean, obviously I still want to play poker. I still want to do a couple poker trips. It's going to be weird, you know.
The poker
I
trips
was supposed
are
to
the
go to
hardest to stay healthy.
yeah, I was supposed to go to like Bratislava in May, and now I'm like, I don't know, you know. If I go to some of these stops, is it the EV I gain in poker? Do I hurt myself that much in this prop bet? And is this prop bet bigger than that? You know, same thing for the World Series. My schedule, you know, I have some crazy things planned, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to physically do it. It's gonna be a whole new monster, and I feel bad if anyone pisses me off because I'm gonna be slowing the shit out of everyone.
I love
Well,
it.
we'll be following along with that, Sean. What are your thoughts on what the hell's going on with this match right now with Berkey and Nick Airball? What are you thinking?
I'm just real glad that Rob confirmed that this wasn't like a staged, like we're gonna do a fake weigh-in, push and shove. That apparently it's been going on for a while in the casino, and they're arguing. I mean, I think Rob nailed it on the hashtag King comparisons. You know, if the Robbie stuff, you know, Airball was on your show and he talked to us, Joey, and mentioned that he was like talking to what's his name, Jacob, about being staked by him. Like, this guy wants to run his mouth, and he was like asking for a backing deal, you know, and doing favors. This guy loaned money, you know, 6 months ago. So I think there's a little bit of fraud, and yes, people can run it up. He can be in some good spots. LA has some massive games. He could have ran up, you know, a good roll, but man,
But, like, the
you
role
just-
he flaunts is not realistic, right? Like,
I mean, it
if
is
you-
realistic. Like, people can win, you know, have multiple $1 million sessions in some of those games. You know, you just get a really tilted whale who decides to play you heads up or something. Like, it's not unreasonable that he's, you know, got a 8-figure bankroll or mid-8 figures. Like, and it could have been way less, you know, a few months ago. People have those upswings. They're rare, but they've happened throughout poker. And usually when they happen to someone who's playing above their head, they're over cocky and their ability does not match up with the win rate. And I think that's where Berkey, you know, I bet on him I could have got better odds if I waited for Doug. I don't love that Doug's coaching him, but I also, you know, Doug is so analytical, and Airball doesn't seem like that analytical guy to me. I just don't think when Doug gives him a percentage, Airball's gonna be like, stare at Poker's face and say, F you, I rolled 99. I'm just gonna do this crazy, absurd line and 5x pot shove.
Yeah, I don't know how Doug's gonna teach Airball. Doug's so fucking good, right? So it's like, how does somebody so good teach somebody that probably has very little understanding of heads up, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
so
hard.
it might be another Landon Tice type situation. I'm just kidding, Landon. I love you, buddy.
Landon loves to hear it.
Landon, you should accept Doug's offer and go to Upswing.
Oh
They can save
shots
you.
fired.
You think that Landon should take Doug Polk's offer to leave Berkey?
Yes, to become his protege. Being Doug's protege is way cooler than Berkey's had 1,000 proteges. You know, they come and go. Doug has not had any proteges, and I think that he'll get way more attention and notoriety in better games. You know, he can play 5-10 on Poker Out Loud, or he can play, 5,100 on the Lodge. I think he's crazy not to take Doug up on his offer.
You guys are savage, bro.
He could get.
Where's
he
the
could get a
loyalty?
seat
Where's
at-
the
he could get a
loyalty out
seat
there?
at
Why
the
would he?
Lodge,
Berkey gave this guy a great life in Vegas. Gave him a place to live.
You gave him a great life. You talked him up, Joey. You made him what he is.
I don't think so. I don't agree with that. But
I never heard of him until you started talking about how in 3 years when he's 21, you want to have any Euro can play him heads up 5,100.
Oh,
I remember that tweet.
I remember that.
I was definitely
Joey,
I was definitely
Joey.
hyping him up. He one of the best players to me. I mean, I don't know, right? I got to prove it now. He got to show results. I think that the trajectory he's on, he's going to be one of the best players with what he's doing now. But you're saying that if he leaves the ecosystem he's in now and goes and works with Doug, that he'll be even more goated.
You can't listen. No offense. I don't know Berkey's coaching stuff. I don't know Doug's. I'm just saying strictly by results and strictly by playing with both of them and talking hands a little bit with one more than the other. How could you? I don't think Berkey would say he's at the level that Doug is in poker or strategy or study. Like, it's no comparison. I mean, Doug was out of the game, and every time he came back to the game, crushed it. Berkey, I don't think ever fully left the game. Yes, he's got a lot going on. The podcast is cool and everything, but you can't compare. Like, Doug is one of the great minds of poker, and Berkey is up there. Berkey isn't no slouch, but it's Doug Polk, man. There's a reason. He's the fucking legend.
It's easy to get good, though. There's so many programs. There's so much.
I
mean, if you just work hard.
Listen, I played with Doug when he played Super Tut. He never played the game before. He figured out stuff so quickly. He's got a great poker mind. It's
you
not
and Doug
just
both
pure
have
solvers.
no, for sure. You too as well. I don't know if you've ever.
Well, I mean, I'm not a
life.
solver guy, so there's no you too. I've never.
Well, that's what I
learned
mean.
from solvers.
You've somehow stayed in poker for so long by having never studied. It's kind of weird and learning all these games. Doug has been a savant since the beginning of time, right? Like, some people just have it. Like, some people don't. Some people have to fucking study their ass off. Like, I'm retarded, but I work really hard.
You never worked that hard, buddy. I don't let you.
I study pretty hard.
I'll keep you in line.
Fair enough.
So, Sean, your pick to win is Berkey. You're betting on Berkey.
Yeah, I mean,
He's your pick to win.
Berkey's the favorite. The question is, what's the line? There's no.
What line did you get?
I bet 160 and 150, about equal amounts.
Yeah. Just hit up Doug. He'll take more 140 action probably.
I tried to get him at 130, and he said no.
Okay, so Doug doesn't think it's a landslide. All right, that makes me feel a little bit better.
Well, Doug doesn't know what he's going to accept. Like, listen, there's been offers of coaching that didn't materialize, or people just like their current team. So it's not guaranteed that Doug's even going to have time to work with them. And how much time is there in between these matches? And 100 hours, you can only learn so much so quickly. And Berkey, I think, is going to, I'm sure
there's 4 days in
Airball
between.
has to go out to the club sometimes. He seems like that type of guy. Like you said, that flashy LA guy.
There's 4 days in between the matches. So you got 4 days during the week to be able to study Monday to, I think it's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So there is going to be time if he doesn't want to
But here's the question is, what's Airball's recollection of the hands? He has to write them down or mentally remember all them, the sizings. Like, I'm sure Berkey's going to be better than him at that.
That's why
I think I'm giving him more credit than a lot of you guys are giving him, because I feel like he's gonna be able to do that.
Well, I'm not giving him a lack of credit. I just know that Berkey's been on 20 years and has talked hands and thought about hands and played and memorized hands to talk about. Like, us guys who've been in the game for 20 years, we couldn't write down notes of all the sizing, all this stuff. We had to memorize a hand in our head and then tell us to our friends on break or the next day or post on 2+2. It's like we've had a lot more practice of pure memorization of hand sizing and texture than these up and coming guys who literally just pull out their phone and take a photo of the flop and then write a note of bet 50%, bet this, bet that. We had to remember every little detail, and so he just has more practice in that scenario of relaying the hands back to the team. There's just no way that Airball can be better than them.
What do you think about composure wise? Like, if you watch any of the Hustler streams, like Airball is physically, he's visibly he's tilted really, really hard last.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's made this personal, and Berkey has made this profitable.
Yeah, dude, that. So, like I said, you may have been listening. I was texting Stu earlier, and I was like, what was the lead up to this? And he said it was Nick Airball was being so out of line before, like he's surprised that it didn't come to fist.
Wait, were they in the same game, or they were just in the same room?
I don't know. I didn't think that. I don't think they were
playing the same game yesterday, but I don't know if they were in the same game right back there right now.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were in the same game. I think they were at different tables or something like that, or I don't know why Berkey was there. But yeah, I don't know.
Berkey regularly plays in these games. So basically, there's a regular Bobby's Room game that goes often, and he plays a lot of live poker. He's pretty active. So.
Yeah, by Chris and those guys, I play in that private game. It's
must be nice. I get shut out of that one.
Yeah, well, you're just too good, buddy. You got to give more action.
Yeah, I'm no action. That's me.
You're too good, buddy. All I do is lose in those games.
You can ask Berkey when you talk to him how well I played when he played a cash game with me.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. That's the only reason I kept the action on with Doug, because I just think Airball is going to lose his composure like pretty much every single time. During the match, he will lose his composure and end up losing for 10 buy-ins that day or something. Whereas I think Berkey will be able to recenter himself much faster. Everyone's going to see red at some point in the match. You're going to get stacked 2 hands in a row. You're going to be a little annoyed. Whatever. I mean, it just happens.
Okay, so actually, I don't think that's true, because what Nick Airball said is that he's going to cover Berkey. So let's say that Berkey doubles up a few times.
Joey, what he tells you and he wants you to tell your fans and what actually happens are two different things.
Okay, so you're saying you don't think he's going to cover him the entire time?
I think he will.
You think he's just going to buy in $1 million every single day, and just if Berkey doubles, then he's buying in another $1 million? Like, that's a lot of money to put on the table.
Why would he? It's very clearly we're going to be able to see if that's true or not very easily, right? Why would he even put that out there and say?
Well, I mean, some of the things he tweeted about the whole discussion that Berkey was backing out were clearly all bullshit. Like, anyone who had half a brain said that Galfond was being way too nice, like Airball's being absurd.
Yeah,
like,
he's a clout chaser.
Him.
He's your classic clout chasing LA dude.
Chicken?
Yeah, chicken, asparagus.
Whoa!
Sweet potato.
That's
and we got to measure. The measuring of the food is the most annoying thing.
Jesus, dude. Dude, you said you waited at 306. I don't know. I'm gonna have to see the receipts on that one, buddy. I'm pretty sure you're a 306 back in Playa days.
No, I was not. I was never over 300. I was 290 was peak end of Playa. Maybe even 270. It was before I had kids. I was never even like. Yeah, I was like 250. No, I was not 215. No, I was like 250. When we got married, I was like 240, I think.
This is such a personal stream. Yes. Think of this. This is such a personal. We're in Sean's like kitchen. His family's like making him food.
Well, I was gonna go upstairs. My wife's like, no, film down here so they can see all this hard work I'm doing. And I gotta give a shout out to my boy Alex Schur, who's been helping me and helping Ashley figure out some stuff. He's listening to the Joey podcast and is mad he didn't get a shout out.
Let's go. Give him a shout out. Give him a shout out.
You have personal trainer and stuff, right?
Yeah, I have a personal trainer. Used to be a bodybuilder.
What does he think of your bet? Like, what do they think of your bet? Like, what do they put the odds? I have no.
He's like, as long as you don't get injured, you're gonna win. He's
really?
Like, wow. I can get you there.
17% is crazy jacked. Like
14% is, or 14 months is a long, long time. And
it is.
Because he's allowing me to take any means necessary, if somehow I'm behind pace, there's a lot of things I can do, to cheat the system. And they're not the healthiest options long term, but they're going to make me win the bet.
I mean, but it is kind of like if you lose 100 pounds or whatever, I mean, what does that add to your lifespan? Like, that's fucking crazy value.
I don't know. My wife's probably going to be the reason I don't continue, not my heart. See? Just see all the weapons.
Look at her smile on her face. Look how happy she is. She loves it.
No, she's smiling because she's thinking of killing.
Fair enough.
Jeez.
But yeah, it's going to be insane, I think it's cool. I thought about doing some content. I have a documentary group reached out and talked about wanting to come film. I talked to some other friends about coming out here. You know, so many people talk about wanting to get involved, and I wouldn't mind helping some other people. And listen, no one's done less in their life than me when it comes to working out and health. So I'm trying to absorb everything. There's a lot of smart people in my ear. There's a lot of dumb people, trying to get in my ear. So we're gonna see. And and the key thing about health, which I knew that most people don't understand, is everyone's body is different. What works for me won't work for you, and you have to just try your own shit and figure out what you can handle and manage.
Yeah, that's the hard part. I've done many weight loss bets, and some people
have you ever won any of them?
I did beat Sam, and I think I had to lose like 50 pounds in
Phillips?
like 3 months. Yeah. I had to lose like 50 pounds in like 3 months or something. I won that, but barely, and it was hard. And I've lost a whole bunch. Actually, I'm currently losing one. That I'm going to lose. I had to lose 60 pounds in like 4 or 5 months, and I'm drawing dead. I've like already agreed to a buyout. I'm still on a diet, and I'm still working out and stuff, but I've accepted that I've lost.
Yeah, so you're gonna be one of the people I don't take advice from.
No, I have no good advice.
Have good advice. You just have no willpower.
I have no good advice. No, I have nothing in terms of dieting. Nah, you got this.
You put the hot sauce. Just put hot sauce on everything. Oh, okay.
Well, Sean, listen, I know you say you gotta go, so I don't let you go. And I know
you're
gonna be.
I know you're gonna be. That. I was happy to check in. Nice to see Joey back in the streets. And I'll try to keep giving you some more content to talk about.
Yeah, sounds good. And we'll talk soon.
Good chatting with you, Rob.
All right, later, buddy.
Later, Sean. Guys, Sean Deeb tuning in. Check it in. Just got doing his prop bet. He's trying to get down to 70% body fat. I think it's 17% body fat, and he's going to get about $1 million from Bill Perkins. So big shout out to Sean Deeb for coming on here, sharing some of his thoughts about the match, sharing some of his thoughts about this prop bet that he has going on as well, too. Big shout out to CG with the raid on Twitch for 215. Welcome, everybody here. Welcome to Legion. Enjoying your one here. AK Chicago Joey, first stream like this in 2023. And, yeah, we basically got a bunch of drama really going on here. I've kind of been vaguely paying attention here, Rob.
Are you gonna lock in every day? Because I need this in my life again, bro. I'm not going to lie. Between, like, shit reality TV. Well, first of all, it's like Ingram, shit reality TV, and then, like, I don't know, whatever the priority is next. But like during the Robbie stuff, bro, my sleep schedule was fucked up. Like it was bad. I think everyone's sleep schedule was bad because they were just locked in, tuning into this every day. If you were to like follow this every day, you're gonna get. I have a feeling we're gonna get a lot of footage of Berkey versus Airball, and I don't know. You can just do some investigations. You're gonna hear some hand histories, some out of line stuff.
Well, there's definitely enough things to talk about going on right now because there's so much action. There's the heads-up matches. There's so much footage out there and games out there to go over that. I mean, there really is a lot to talk about. So I mean, I definitely could, but I'm pretty focused on some other projects right now. So I'm not sure how invested I'm going to get in this drama, but I am going to go to the opening match tomorrow. So and
I didn't even think about that. Is there gonna how close are people allowed to get?
Very close, right outside the door. So basically at Resorts World, there's 2 separate back rooms. So I believe they're going to be playing in one of those back rooms. So there could be a door there could be a door you could close and you could make it a darker room, but you could also have it be open so people can at least watch from the rail. So I'm imagining that there's going to be a lot of people there. Nick Airball's going to have his entourage there. And if we get some good footage from them playing, from them talking back and forth or anything like that, if we get some hands, I think a lot of people might show up to watch some of these matches. So I'm going to go try to play there. I mean, PLO doesn't run there much, but I'm going to see if people want to play while they're playing there. I'm down to start some games and play there too. So I think there could be some real excitement on the property.
I'm going to be at the Hustler. What is it? I'm going to be playing on the Hustler 5th, 6th, 7th. So maybe I just fly to Vegas after and just go be a little railbird for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I wish we could see the hands. I wish we could see some of the action. You know, hopefully we get some of that relayed, and hopefully some of the news companies are going out there as well too. But it just seems so sad that we're not going to be able to like just watch that battle happen, like see the hands play out, see the chips the chips move to the other side, right? Like I want to see the pain on their faces. I want to see the excitement when Airball stacks them or Berkey stacks them. So
did Doug think about putting up a lot of money and just paying Berkey to play on stream?
I don't think so. No, I don't think he was really seriously thinking about it.
Really? I mean, how much is that worth to Doug? It must be worth a decent amount, right? Like for him, that promotion, everyone's going to be tuning in. Like you're getting 10,000 plus. I mean, you're going to be doing hustler numbers like 3 days a week. That's big for the lodge. I don't know. That has to be worth two or 300,000, right? Long term.
Okay, so if you're Berkey in that situation, would you? What would it take for you to work with this guy Doug, who's been,
Doug goes hard. Doug goes hard to paint. That's an enemy I do not want in my life. He's a fucking savage, man. I don't know. I mean, it depends on like the financial incentive. Like if somebody says, "Hey, I'll pay you 300,000, win or loss, for 100 hours of work." I mean, how are you not going to take the $3,000 an hour or whatever, right? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some point that you'd go to Texas, you'd play there
At
for
some
100
point
hours, you'd relocate there for a month, But he got a lot of business here in Vegas, so he got the podcast, he's got to work with those guys, and he's got to build up with training. He's getting ready for World Series of Poker. He's got a lot of action here as well too. So, to go out of your way and to relocate, to play some guy you don't even want to play, to be working with a guy, Doug, who you don't really get along with, you don't have a good relationship anyway. So, do you really want to be taking your talents to go play on his show when you could go play on someone else's show? But if he's going to give you $300,000, I mean, I don't think that's a real offer. But if he's going to give you that, I mean,
that might be a good deal for Doug, to be honest. 300K. I don't know if Berkey would take it or not. I mean, I don't think Berkey's far from felted, right? So. But it's still 300,000. 300,000 is a lot to anybody. I would take it personally.
Yeah, I don't know, chat. What do you guys think? I mean, it's just kind of weird because you got two guys that we don't know like how serious all this is. Like, is it really serious? Is this like a real serious thing? Is this like not? Is it?
I think it's more serious than we think, right?
It seems that way. I thought that was like just like a little bit of trolling around, and then something would get settled, and like, but now it doesn't seem that's the case at all. It seems that it's real the opposite.
Yeah, I thought maybe once they started playing each other or met in real life for the first time that they would get along, and now they're like almost fighting, like physically, the first or second day they've met, and then they tomorrow got to play 100 fucking hours. Not tomorrow, but for the next month or whatever, they got to play 100 hours. It's savage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We're gonna see what happens. I see Eric.
I live for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, Eric Person made a. Let me see what he said real quick. Hold on.
Stay tuned, guys. I may appear on Doug Polk's podcast where we'll discuss both Berkey and Airball's MMA capabilities and that big pre-fight shove, and who would be the actual favorite in this quote fight.
I love Person. He's funny.
Yeah, Person. He like a newer character on the scene too as well, playing a lot of pots and playing a lot of deep stacks. He seemed like he'd be down to fight somebody too, even though he's a little bit older.
Bro, Person has some bodies. Let's be honest here. Person has some body counts. All right, he seems like a nice guy, but that I'm not getting on his bad side either.
Yeah, Person. I mean, I know we want to see him play a high stake heads up match again, so maybe we'll get to see him in action. He play out there as well too.
Oh yeah, Person will put up the money for sure. Person doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I'd love to see him play a heads up match. Who do you want to see Doug play? Because Doug's got to play somebody. Who do you want to see him play? Because he basically
somebody good. I actually thought about playing Doug, but then I was just like, well, that'd be a terribly financial decision. Good for publicity, but bad for financials. It just depends on how much you think he's beating you by. If he's beating you like 10 big blinds per 100 or whatever, and you only play like 1,000 hands against him, that's not too bad. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like he wrecked Scott pretty hard, and Scott's definitely not a fish. Perkins beat him though. Perkins got him. I mean, Perkins was buried bad, but ended up coming back after that big pot. I forget that hand. I actually covered it. I forget the hand.
Yeah, I think Doug versus.
I'd like to see like Button Clicker or something like that. Button Clicker's in the States quite a bit. He's been on the live streams. Mm-hmm. Airball got him in that like 900K pot or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. It was the previous biggest hand before the king hand.
So you want to see Doug Polk first Button Clicker?
Yeah, I would just like to see skilled poker personally. I don't know. Him versus Berkey would be interesting just from the the personal dynamic. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know. You versus Doug would be fun.
I'd play him.
Yeah. What stakes would you play him at comfortably though? You don't want to play him 200, 400, 100K.
Depends. I mean, if there's
Ooh,
there's
Doug
ways.
versus Charlie. Somebody said that's a good one.
Yeah, I don't think those two play. All right, I think I don't know if Charlie's going to come to the lodge and play him at the lodge. I think Doug's just looking for matches in the lodge. So ideally, he wants people to come down there, play on the stream, promote a show. I just think he could have some really, really big matches if he finds the right person that will back it up with the skill, but also is willing to engage with him. Luke Shorts, right, would have been perfect. Luke Shorts versus Doug back in the day would have been the perfect. Those two going back and forth. I mean, if those two really played, like, you know what I mean? That's the one people want to see.
Yeah, I wish Doug. I almost wish Doug and Garrett had some kind of beef, and Garrett and Doug played. That would be kind of interesting. But then again, it's like heads up. Who knows? Garrett. I mean, Garrett has probably played a lot of heads up in his life, right? I'm sure. Yeah, that's why like him versus Airball would be like that's like the John Jones Francis Ngannou that everyone wants that no one's going to get probably.
I think we're going to see that match. I think we're going to see Nick Airball versus Garrett. I think that's going to happen.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah, I think.
But what if he just gets wiped by Berkey for like $3 million?
I think Airball's going to stick around. I guess I got more expectation for him personally.
What do you think Airball's stop loss is? Because I think Berkey probably stops at $1 million. I mean, if somebody beats me, it's a lot of fucking big blinds. Like if somebody beats me for $1 million, I would have to be reevaluating like if they're just better, or my edge just wasn't as perceived as I thought. So I would probably quit at $1 million personally if someone were to beat me that bad, assuming I was rolled for these kind of swings. But I think Airball is probably gonna stick around for well past $1 million. I just don't know what that number is.
I think he said, he's not planning to quit at all. So if he's down $3 million, I mean, at some point you do got to reevaluate. If you're down $3 million to a guy or $2 million, 2.5 to the guy, but if you got access to more money and you think that you can still win and you can still come back, and I could see Airball firing as hard as he could fire. I mean, I don't know if he has a stop loss, right? His stop loss is how much money he can get access to at some point in time.
Yeah, and I guess if you're getting really killed, maybe you can offload some more action or whatever. I don't know. Who knows where this guy's money has? Who knows? Maybe he's just been killing it in crypto or something. Maybe he just fucking went gig along and on Bitcoin or something at 16K and he's just murdering it. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't think he would agree to play this match and put himself in this situation if he knew that he couldn't produce the money that he needed to be able to play.
I'll message you. I don't want to say it on stream, it's too many people, but I'll message you what somebody sent me from a reliable source on where a lot of money has come from. I don't want to say it though. It's not from investment banking. No, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, we'll stay tuned, Rob. I mean, we appreciate the opinion. Obviously,
like I said, I have a lot of friends that are very bored and very interested in this kind of stuff. We haven't had any good drama like this since the Robbie stuff, and that was what 6-8 months ago now. Mm-hmm. So this is why you got to do these daily streams for the people. I mean, you gotta people need to get locked in every day, even if you're just coming on here bringing in guests and stuff like that. It's fun.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I can maybe do it more often, but it just depends on what's going on or what we're talking about, or there's a lot of poker I want to watch. I want to watch the heads-up matches that Doug did, and I want to watch some of the Hustler shows as well too. And there's a lot of good poker going on, a lot of hands going on. So, bro,
poker streams are lit right now. Like poker content. I think Doug said it in his heads-up match yesterday. Poker content has never been better. Like it is. Like when I'm reviewing hands and stuff, it's like I got like 3 streams at a time on, just waiting for like a juicy hand to happen. It's just like everyone has something going on. Like I think yesterday 2 days ago, it was Helmuth heads up against Osmus at the same time as Doug versus Scott at the same time as the Hustler. It's just like never ending options for live content right now.
Yeah. It's what it seems like, right? You got all the Poker Go stuff doing stuff. You got everybody putting out cash games. You got a lot of tournaments internationally, and you got a lot of tournaments here in America as well too. So, and there's only more and more events coming. There's only more shows coming, more content coming. So I think that it's pretty much getting into the golden age of poker streams, and kind of, we're going to start to see some. I don't know what exactly is going to come next after this, but I think it's going to look a lot different than it's been looking in the past, which we're used to, which was like not many streams at all. And now we're getting regular $500,000 pots on a Friday night. It's like we're kind of hitting territory where
I look forward to Friday nights just for the Hustler stream, even though Friday is like a really good grind day for cash. Like I'll be playing a bunch of cash, but like Hustler's always on the side. Like it's just such a good stream. It's just there's so many camera angles, the doom zoom. They just do it right. They just do it right. I can't wait to play on there.
Yeah, have you not played on there yet?
No, bro, that's a hard seat to get. That's a hard seat to get. Like the only reason I got in is because Moneymaker's playing. So he got me in the game. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, think about it right now. We got a 200, 400, 800 game going on live right now with Patrick Antonius. And there's
Wait, where's that
at King's Casino. And there's only 400 people watching it. 473 people. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much.
No way. I gotta watch that. What the hell?
That's what I'm saying. There's so much like content out there these days that it's pretty wild, man. I mean, this is like
you gotta link that in chat. It's just King's Casino.
Yeah, in the King's Casino one, yeah. Patrick Antonius, Rob Young. They're playing 200, 400, 800, Tony G in the mix as well, too.
Oh, my God. What is this camera angle, though? You got to do better camera angles here. Yeah, Patrick Antonius is a boss, isn't he? My God, this guy's just a legend.
Yeah, Patrick Antonius, yeah. He play a lot of high stakes out here as well, too.
Oh, they're playing PLO, though. Yeah. People don't like the great game, do they?
Not really.
I love PLO, but it's for viewership reasons, it's like really bad for viewership.
Yeah, I don't know if people like PLO or not. So, I mean, I like PLO, so that's all it really matters to me. But I don't think it's going to be more than Hold'em, right? I mean, obviously Hold'em's going to be more popular, but I think
do you play more PLO or no limit these days?
I'm playing a lot of both. I mean, I've been playing a few thousand hands recently of both games, so I'm playing everything.
Were you playing the heads up matches? Like who you getting action, bro?
Oh, for playing heads up? Yeah, most of the Hold'em isn't heads up. Most of the Hold'em that I play heads up is against AI. So I play AI heads up, and that's how I mainly train heads up. And then I'll play heads up to start tables. But at most small stakes and mid stakes, the games are filling up pretty quickly. So you don't really get to play a lot of heads up unless it's a certain time of night and a certain time of sight. So like on World Series of Poker, if you play, late at night or early in the morning, you'll be able to get a lot of more heads up action. So you actually can get a lot of people to play you. So, and then if you mix that with global, I'm kind of like just trying more of the open sites and then instead of the home game sites. And I just want to see, plus I want to be 7-star or try to get 7-star for World Series of Poker this summer so that I can skip the lines for the high stakes cash game areas because those fucking lines are so long for waiting lists.
Yeah, they're brutal.
That's my plan right now is to try to get that tier status for Caesars by playing on World Series of Poker and crush these fucking guys and then be able to skip the waiting list during the high stakes games because that was the big problem last year was just the fucking lines were so long. So if you can just play the best game in the room, if you can play Hold'em or play PLO, then you kind of have some options for how you can approach it.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I live in Michigan, so I get to play. It's just Jersey and Michigan, and I get to play them on Stars and BetMGM. Well, they're not on BetMGM yet, and WSOP and stuff like that. So you get some really good heads-up action if people are willing to battle. It's a very small field, same guys. You get a shitload of hands in against them. Mm-hmm. It's fun.
Yeah, I mean the programs are they're so much fun these days to play. The training programs that it kind of makes playing poker. It just makes it a lot different experience, right? Because you can kind of just like really work on your game and all these different spots, no matter where you're having a problem with. And so realistically now, like you can learn heads up and you can learn six max because obviously the strategy is so much different with both. But before you can never really study in the same way you can now because you couldn't really, like if you were playing a lot of heads up, you had to just focus on heads up. You couldn't really play a lot of six max, play a lot of heads up, play a lot of PLO. So I'm kind of trying a different approach to poker right now, which is mixing the games together. Whereas before, I wouldn't have thought you could do that. But I think with the training programs, you can actually mix them together because you can stay sharper, easier when you're working on your game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting when you get in. So you haven't had like a death battle against someone yet? Like,
no,
10, 20,
not really. I'm trying
or
to,
whatever.
I'm trying not
for
to
like 6 hours, 8 hours straight.
I'm trying not to do any death. I don't. No. I'm trying to really be conservative and not get addicted because obviously, it's real easy for me to. I know it's really easy to play 10 hours every day. I'm getting to that point, and I'll probably do it during June. But I wanted to get my investment stuff set up so that way I already have it lined up. It's already there, and then I can kind of focus on poker and work it into what I'm doing with that stuff. So, I'm kind of in a good spot now to be able to push forward on a few ideas. And yeah, like some of my content is going to be more with fans, more fan experiences. And yeah, it's going to be fun. So I'm kind of like sharpening up on
You
poker.
could be like Doug and just challenge people, and then just random people fucking play him. You know, like what a setup he has. You come down to the lodge, promote lodge, and I'm gonna take your money while I do it.
I know it's pretty.
That's not a bad gig.
I mean, it's kind of like a dream, really, if you're Doug,
He's
because
crushing it.
right, you get to play your own game. You get to you always get in the game, and people want to come play you for hundreds of thousands of dollars at a game that you're better than them at, that you're studied at as one of the best in the world, while a lot of people watch it and you're building up your other business. I mean, it's a
And they have a really nice stream too. Like they're really doing a good thing.
mm-hmm.
So yeah, I love it. This is a good time to be a content creator, which I just got in the mix a month and a half ago. Yo, you hit me up one night. I was so excited. I woke up to a random Joe Inger message at 3 a.m. Poppy, you're killing it on the content streets. I was like, oh, I didn't even know he knew. And he's like, oh, let's make a bet. I'm like thinking, oh, sick. What's the bet? And then you forgot because you were hammered.
Yeah, dude, I've been, yeah, I definitely sent a message. I was thinking about giving you a challenge for some sort of content challenge, but then I forgot the next day. I mean, I'm doing so many different things. Like when I get inspiration for an idea, I just try to go with the idea and try to just, especially when I'm talking to a lot of people right now about different ideas. So it's, trying to manage all that.
I saw that and I knew what time it was in Vegas, and I was like, all right, this is a late one for old Ingram over there.
Yeah, I've been going out a little bit too late. I mean, I've been going a lot of 6 a.m. nights, 7 a.m. nights. Yeah,
I'll be there soon enough, brother.
Yeah, I know, it'll be fun. Yeah, it'll be fun. Do you watch these high stakes games? Like the guys, we're joined by Rob Kuhn here, poker guru, poker player, ACR sponsored pro, new content creator, plays a lot of cash games, plays a lot of tournaments. Get in the content streets, try to mix it up a little bit. And yeah, would that be a good description of yourself? How would you describe yourself when people are asking about who you are?
Yeah, I think you did a good job there. I play a lot, I study a lot. EPC takes up a lot of time too. I really like coaching people. I really like helping people get better at the game. That's like the best thing for me. And then I get that compliment a lot on my YouTube videos, like, oh, you've helped me so much. And I'm like dumbing it down really, really hard. I'm not trying to be technical at all. I'm not giving them any groundbreaking info, but sometimes you just have to break it down the hands in very simple ways, because it's not so simple for everybody. That's one thing I've realized coaching people over there. Sometimes you have to coach everyone at a different level.
Yeah, definitely.
It's very interesting how coaching is very interesting. Some people are much better players than they are coaches. They might be one of the best players in the world, but they might be really bad coaches because they just don't know how to talk to lower level players.
So what do you think about this thing that Doug's talking about, where the Berkey's coaching is like a scam or a fraud because he thinks that he's misrepresenting his poker ability, and therefore he shouldn't be a poker coach, and because he thinks he shouldn't be a poker coach, he's going to call him out and kind of like attack that point about him. So as someone who's done a lot of poker coaching, what are your thoughts about that perspective Doug has about it, and how do you see it?
I came at Berkey really hard a few years ago. I'm sure you remember. Yeah, I came at him very, very hard. Not the best look for me, I'm not going to lie. Not the greatest look, challenging a guy to a UFC fight. For some reason, thinking I can get down to 220, just drop the quick 100 and we just do a UFC match and stuff. And I also challenged Berkey to heads up, and that was supposed to happen, but it didn't happen. As I get older, man, it is what it is. Like if people want to pay it, and he just has a different philosophy for coaching. I don't think he's trying to. The one thing people say about Berkey, I don't think he's trying to say he's the best player in the world. I think he's trying to teach you to beat like live cash and stuff like that, which is just a completely different kind of coaching than myself, right? Like I'm coaching people for online. I can coach people for live, sure, if they ask, but it's just a different. I'm still going to just try to teach you theory, and then you can adjust from there. Like I think it's always baseline theory. Then if you want to make adjustments from there, go for it, right? Like you're not going to call old man coffee down with a good bluff catcher every single time because you have this card, right? Or you're this part in your range. You need to make some exploitable folds sometimes. It's just a thing. Kind of like when, for a good example, even Doug did this with the 10-7 against Queen 10 on that Jack 9-8. It was like the 6th fold ever, right? Like, even Doug knows that Helmuth is just never always has it there. And the way he talked, like Doug even went, from theory there. So the greatest players have to do it. And I'm not one of the greatest players or anything, but I think I'm a pretty solid coach, over time. So I don't know. That's a bit of a PC answer, but to Berkey's site, Solve for Why, I mean, their production value is sick. Say that much. They have great production value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess you got to take the coaching for you to know if it's good or bad code. I mean, I don't know, right? I mean, he did make the offer about anyone could go take the course. I mean, maybe people just got to go take the course and decide for themselves if you're like a content creator in media.
I've had a few people hit me up to go take it, and I was just like, I don't know, it's just weird. I don't want to talk bad about people's stuff, it's just kind of weird to me. I'm sure the thing is, it's really hard to have a bad investment in poker, because if you're playing for a lot of money, there's no site that there's some shit coaches out there. And even if they charge $100 a month or a little bit a month or a little bit per hourly, it's probably better than where they're at. They're probably still going to teach you something that is worth the $100 to justify it, right? It's very easy. Coaching investment is the easiest thing in the world if you're a bad player.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying earlier. I mean, if you take a course that's $4,000 and it help you make money in a 10-20 game or a 5-10 game or even a higher stakes game, then you're making your money back pretty easily. So you could make an argument that the current pricing for the best poker content is probably way too cheap, because the amount of money that you can make is, pretty high if you can get the game. So, and it's not that hard to be able to find these games. So if you're one of these players who's playing a 10K tournaments and you want to spend $4,000 on coaching, and it does help you get a little bit better, and it helps turn you from where you're at now to a little bit bigger winner, it does seem like it could be worth it, right? So
for sure. I mean, it's hard to justify. I mean, I think there's a lot of bad coaches out there, man, and it's hard to even say that any of the sites are not worth the money. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't know what they offer really. I haven't really done a lot of due diligence into what how long the course is or what they do and all that stuff. It could be well worth way more. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Only one way to find out, Rob. You got to take the fucking course. Are you in? You committed? You committing right now?
I don't know about that. I study. I'm doing my own thing over here. You know what I mean?
Do you think these theatrics are gonna persist in this Airball Berkey thing? It seems like
it's gonna get worse. That's why I think the next month is going to be really important, that you lock the fuck in, Joey, and stay. Give the people what they want.
There's just not enough to talk about. There's no hands. It's not like
there will be hands. There'll be filming. There'll be almost fights. Airball's going to talk shit. This is the thing. Airball's going to talk a lot of shit. There's going to be a lot of people locked in there and locked in here, and you're going to get a lot of content. I think this next month's make it really good for content. The video I have tomorrow, I think, is going to be very good, because I'm this Airball guy, man. Saying he needs to sell his car for a rebuy. Well, what's up with that? That was 6 months ago. Where'd the money come from? What's up, Joey?
What are you, the Treasury? Like, what are you?
Where the fucking? What are you, the Treasury? Show the receipts.
What are you, a Treasury investigator? You're looking into the fucking Treasury in a Airball or something like that?
Sometimes you got to dig deep for the content game, and I dug deep and I found this. I found this review, and I was like, wait a second, this dude has 20 dimes in front of him, and he's folding kings on a queen 6 deuce board. All right, my guy. After he bets a third of his stack, he bets 7,000 with 14,000 back and folds to a check shove from Rampage. It's just weird.
Not a sick read. No, not a sick exploit fold.
I mean, no. And then he said he can't rebuy. He's gonna if he busts, he has to go home, which is just weird.
Well, can you do us a favor and maybe show us the clip so we can see, because we don't. I mean, I want to see the clip now, right? I want to see if it really is.
Whoa! Now I'm gonna take away a lot of views for my video tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm gonna. This is my first 100K video.
This one is. Well, that's what I'm saying. We'll watch the video. We're gonna watch it.
It's not done yet.
I'm saying, when can we see it?
Oh, tomorrow morning, 10:45.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We'll be
Rob Kuhn Poker on YouTube.
Perfect. We'll be watching
the sub button. You'll be good.
We'll be checking. We'll be checking it out. Where does Rob Kuhn get his money? Yeah. How do you make your money? Is it all from Poke? Is it from the training site?
No. All my money's made from. Most of it's made from Heads-up, to be honest. Okay. I play a lot of Heads-up, a lot of cash games, a lot of high stakes MT. Well, high-ish stakes on TTs. I mean, whatever they have online, up to 2650 really. So it's not like that big. You can't really play it that big online. You know, cash games you can play big, but not MTTs. Like you can't really get too killed in tournaments. But I play it all. I love poker. So no, very little money in the poker coaching game.
Not much in the poker coaching game. Okay.
No. I mean, I don't really advertise that much. I like the core group of guys I have. You know, I like trying to make people better at poker. That's my thing. You know, I like the people I study with. You know.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see the videos. Excited to see how you do with that then. And
yeah,
we want to see you play. We want to see you play poker on the streams too. I mean, it kind of seems like you kind of have to. You know, you kind of need to play on the streams and prove yourself. That's like the place
I'm gonna
people go.
I'm gonna be on Hustler on 4th. So I don't know if I have the Friday stream. I have the money there. Everything's ready. I'm gonna be playing on the 5th, 6th. Or wait, what is the first? It's 5100 or 5100 or something. 5100, 200. The Wednesday, Thursday game, and then I don't know if I have a seat for the Friday game. Supposedly there's some whale that doesn't want any pros in the game. So it was supposed to be me, Mariano, Rampage, Moneymaker, JR, and some other people. But I don't know. I think Feldman took that away. We'll have to see. If I'm not doing that, Feldman said I can do commentary. So, which is cool. I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, maybe fun. Commentary is fun over there. So,
I mean, I would love to actually just play the fucking game though. It sounds like a good game.
Yeah, I mean that always sounds like a good thing too. But sometimes you can't get in the game. You got to take what you can get.
Yeah, it's hard. Like I get it from Feldman. I'm not spiteful to Feldman or anything like that. I mean, they have a hell of a lineup. I mean, how many people are trying to get in the Friday game? Like so many people.
Yeah. Well, listen. Why don't we get you out of here? We appreciate you calling in and got your vid coming out tomorrow. You know, you're going to be making a lot of content, so we're going to be paying attention to it. We'll be following along, and we'll get you back on here sometime. Okay.
All right, brother.
All right, cool.
I'll talk to you later. See you guys.
Brother. I'll see you. Guys, big shout Rob Kuhn coming on here. Sharing some thoughts with us as well, too. Like he said, aspiring content creator. We got to support the aspiring content creators out there. And he's been working hard, so let's see what he's got, man, you know. See what kind of content he puts out there. See what kind of... see how he gets in the mix as well. I know he's been playing poker for a long time, so... I really want to see this video tomorrow. He definitely sold it. I want to see the hand. Yeah, the Nick Airball mystery. I mean, I guess we're going to find that out during the challenge. You know, if you're just tuning in, you know, we were kind of going over this challenge with G2 headquarters, by the way, Las Vegas, Nevada. Yeah, big shout to Rob for coming in here, guys. Give him a shout out in the chat. Jason Parker, Dan Morton, JJ, Dark Angel. What's going on, guys? What are the lawsuits against Doug Polk? Yeah, I did see this article on poker.org about a lawsuit, so maybe we'll talk about that in a little bit here. But yeah, thanks Rob for coming on here, sharing some thoughts, sharing some words. Definitely, I mean, I'm really surprised that these guys aren't. I thought people liked Airball more because I don't really know him from the Hustler stream, so I just know him from our interactions with him, and you know, he always nice to me. I kind of like the guy, right? But when people are nice to you, you're gonna generally tend to like them. So, but yeah, I kind of like the battling he has. You know, I haven't really seen a lot of the shit talking. I did see it at the lodge when he shoved Jungle Man. Or he called him a bitch or something like that, and then Jungle Man shoved his chips over. So I thought that was unusual, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it was kind of entertaining from you know, watching the character on the screen. So, you know, plus I think those two are both playing in characters. So, you know, they found a good match, Jungle Man and Nick Airball. You know, they're both putting on a show, trying to be entertaining. They're trying to do their thing. So, you know. What do you guys think, chat? But yeah, so basically Berkey and Airball are playing this match, 200 and 400, and the $400 ante in the big blind at Resorts World starting tomorrow. They got to play 100 hours. That's a lot of hours. Oh my god. They got to play 100 hours. Either player can quit only once they're down $1 million. There's a 10K penalty for a missed session or quitting early. Yeah, I mean, wow. I can't believe it's gonna happen. Where's this song? Yeah, is anybody gonna be in Vegas this weekend at Resorts World? Is anybody gonna be playing poker there while these guys' match is going down? Yeah, Doug Polk also chimed in and said he's going to be helping Nick Airball. So the teams have been set, guys. Let's look at the teams. We got, on one hand, we got Nick Airball. We got Brown Balla. So Brown Balla, I don't know much about him. I know he's a newer guy. And I think he was an engineer at Lyft. But him and Nick Airball are friends. I did hang out with him a little bit down in Texas, Brown Balla. We had a good time. Also, Hello, It's Lynn is on Nick Airball's team. So these guys recently started a YouTube channel. Shout out to Lynn, love Lynn. They started a YouTube channel, and so now they're being content creators too. So you have like the battle of the content creators right now for supremacy in content creator land, I guess you could say. So Brown Balla, Hello, It's Lynn, Doug Polk. That's the team, okay? All right, I like that. And then we got Berkey on the other side. And who's on the Berkey team, right? It's basically what? Landon, Christian Soto, the whole Sulphur Wide team is over there. I mean, they got a lot of supporters, right? Who gets the edge? Who's got the edge? I think you got to give it to Nick Airball there. He's got Doug Polk on his side. I mean, you know, I think you got to give it to that. If you got debatably the best heads-up no-one-hold player of all time, or one of them on your side, one of the best coaches on your side, then, you know, that's going to be theoretically give you an advantage on that side of things. So, but, you know, it's going to be good for each person to have their support system around when they're getting emotional, calm them down, give them a fucking massage, you know, maybe cook them great food, you know what I'm saying? So, good diet, good state of mind. Fuck the clown. What up, Rock? What's up from Rockford, Joey? What's happening, guys? Yeah, guys, where you guys all watching from, man? I know we got a lot of people out there that watch all around the world. We got Friday afternoon. About 1,100 people tuned in right now. Yeah, appreciate you guys tuning in. You know, random stream, first of the year. People have been messaging me saying they want some stream, they want an investigation, they want to understand what's going on with some of these things. And yeah, I had a lot more to say about the Garrett stuff, but I think I'm gonna make a video. Gene does not love Lynn, huh? Take it easy, Gene. But yeah, I think the Garrett thing's pretty interesting too. You know, he kind of came out, did the interview, finally broke his silence. Wasn't very nice to a lot of people in there. I mean, I guess wasn't nice to Airball in some ways. Wasn't nice to Robbie. Debatable on if he was how he treated Feldman and Bertucci in that. I mean, obviously those guys don't seem like they're getting along, so they got a feud to be continued, my friends. Veronica says, "Side note, we need to prep Will Jaffe at all costs. He's great." Yeah, Will hopping in head first, doing Twitter Spaces, doing commentary, definitely interjecting his personality to the poker world. Obviously, we need more of that in the poker world, so it's great to see Dangness out there. He just did a collab with Poker Go. So Poker Go basically had him do these tough conversations, which I think are pretty fun.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think Will got a lot of potential for the content game. He got a good personality, real hard working. We used to play a lot of poker together on Poker Stars, Supernova Elite days. We used to battle a lot. He plays a lot of PLO, plays a lot of Hold'em. Real well experienced online and live player, hard worker, a lot of success. So yeah, he got all you need to do well. He's locked in. Let's fucking go. Yeah, we did our first podcast together like 7 years ago or something like that, I think. Garrett wasn't nice to Nick Airball. Did you see what he said about Garrett? Yeah, I saw what Nick Airball said. I said to Garrett. I did, yeah. I mean, agree. He wasn't very nice to him. What's up, Will? What's happening? Yeah, I'm taking Collins. Yeah, let's go. I'll send you a link. Yeah, we had Sean Debon. We had Rob Kuhn in here. We had Wayne Chiang in here earlier. Shout out to Wayne. Let me see. Let me get Dankness on here. Do I need to know a time? I think tomorrow the time is like 2 p.m. or something like that. Let me get Dank in here. Hold on a second. Get Jersey Joe on here. Yeah, we got to check in with Jersey Joe. Let's get it, Will and Poppy collaboration. Let's go. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I can't believe how long I've known him for. I think I've known Will since like 2008 or in 2009. But we always knew each other from the poker forums because, you know, there's like a small group of regular people who posted on 2+2 while they were playing in like the full ring. And, you know, I think he was one of the posters that posted a lot in full ring. So we saw each other at poker table and all on the forum. So pretty crazy to see he's still around 2023, still fucking getting after it. But yeah, I sent him a Zoom link, so he's gonna come in here in a second. So how did this beef start with Nick and Berkey? I really think it was during the investigation where, you know, Berkey and those guys were criticizing or analyzing what was happening, you know. So a lot of things were said that probably didn't make people happy during that whole interaction. So I don't know, maybe it was something during then. But, you know, they could be playing up a little bit. Like Web Dev Newbie says, the beef was created for promotional purposes. I mean, you know, I'm sure it played a part in everything because it is a public thing, you know. I'm sure that it's on their mind, but... Nick first Berkey started with Berkey's pod on HCL and the Robbie situation. Yeah, that's what I thought. Dude, the power slip. That's still that fight earlier got me fired up. Yeah, I saw that fight and I was like, oh my god. Where did I put that? Let me see. Yeah, we're gonna get Dankness on here. He's gonna call in here real quick. See what this guy's been up to. He's just another poker bunny. Who's another poker bunny? Bro, what are you talking? I don't think so. Another poker bunny. El Nini said that Nick versus Burke is what poker needed. I mean, some people would debate that. A lot of people don't like the drama. They don't like all the theatrics and stuff like that. They just want everybody to get along. They want peace. They want harmony. They do not want drama. So some people seem to really hate it. Over the years, right, there's been a lot of things that happen. There's been a lot of drama that happened. Been a lot of heads-up challenges that happen. And you always get a portion of people. Like if you go back on my channel, right, and we're looking up over the years, right, you know, let me see here. There's always people that just dislike the drama, and Doug was usually the one firing a lot of shots at people. He was usually talking a lot of shit, calling people out, you know, especially during the PokerStar stuff with Daniel and a lot of things he made about Daniel. And, you know, but there was always a subsection of people who hated it. They hated the drama. They hated the fighting. They hated people not getting along. They hated the way that Doug approached other people that he didn't like. And it still hasn't changed. I mean, it's still basically what you're seeing now, where certain people are like really loving the whole theatrics behind it all and like the feud and shit talking, and like they like can't get enough of it. And then other people like Wayne's like crying. He's like, oh my god, like, can you believe this? What's happening to our community? It's falling apart. The people are at each other's throats. But the fans like seem to really love this shit. So I personally just want to see him play poker. I just want to see the hands go down, and it really is tilting that we can't see more hands. I just want to see more people actually play poker. And then if they're gonna play and we get to watch it, and then they like decide that they want to talk shit to each other, then I think that's kind of nice. You know, whatever. Let's get them fired up. Let's get some story to follow, and let's watch them play poker. But with these two, we don't really get to see them play, so it kind of sucks. But you know, better than nothing. I mean, I think from an entertainment standpoint. Characters are what kept the original boom booming. That's true, yeah. Yeah, you always need characters. You need people that you like. You need people that you hate. You need people that you love. You need people that you want to support. You need people that, you know, old guys, young guys, old girls, young girls. You need all demographics, right? I mean, something for everybody. Come up, kid. What's up? What's up on Twitch? How's it going? I'm waiting for Dankness right now. I gave him the link, but let me see what he's doing. Let me text Dankness real quick. The edibles are definitely flowing, my friends. We're here Friday afternoon, 3:38 here in Vegas. On GTO headquarters right now. I'm going to get Dankness the link. Hold on a second. Polk versus Berkey is the main ticket. Doug said he'd plan match stream. Yeah, we definitely need that match to happen. That would be something. That would be crazy. I can't even imagine that match happening. That would be like that'd be so hype if those two actually played poker. Because you got to imagine Berkey be the underdog in that spot, but he definitely got a fighting champ. I mean, we see some big ass pots. That would be a sick match. We got to see that match. Veronica Burrell, Joey, I'm so happy you're back. Sad ranges when Joey is gone. Thank you. Yeah, I'm very focused on my study right now and investing. So the last company I was invested in, we're about to do more PR and announce our next partnership is this company called Amplified. It's a content creator monetization platform where you get to list experiences on there, downloads on there, shout outs, merch. And yeah, we just have a partnership with, allegedly Black Eyed Peas are going to be on there. They're going to have something on there for something. They got a show coming up in May, but with, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but with Insomniac. So with EDC is going to have some stuff on there. So we're going to see how that goes. I'm going to be going to EDC through Amplified. So they're going to be supporting the trip there. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, that's going to be fun. When did this happen? This went down today, guys. This was earlier today. This was earlier today. Where's Dankness at? I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for Dank to get in here. All right, let me see. Dankness, you out there?
What's up?
What's up, Poppy? How's it going?
Good, Poppy.
How was the Twitter space? I saw you were doing a spaces. What was the word from people? What were they saying, Dankness?
We had Doug on for about an hour. And he was just really good to have him break down like the technical stuff about Heads-up, because obviously he knows Heads-up, better than anybody pretty much. And he was just telling us about win rates and stuff, and I think one of the things that he pointed out is just that like you can have really big win rates over people in Heads-up, and I think one of the things he doesn't understand is why, if that's possible, and Berkey's obviously a pro, why he wouldn't want to play, kind of, was one of his main points.
Well, Berkey did want to. It's not that Berkey didn't want to play. He didn't want to go be inconvenienced to play.
Yeah, he didn't want to be inconvenienced to play, but that's kind of Doug's point too. Is like if your edge is big enough and there's enough money on the line, you should want to. Basically,
Doug just wants him to go to the fucking lodge, right? He's gonna say, he's gonna say, of course, he's gonna say that whatever he needs to say because he wants this match to go down at the lodge. All right.
Yeah.
So
for sure,
Doug's fired up, man. He Doug is on going Super Saiyan right now, and something came over him. He must have touched the Holy Spirit because the man is on a mission right now, and he's on a crusade to take out every bad poker coach or anyone that ever said anything that upset him right now. And it's good. It's going to be crazy to see him play some matches and battle some people, and you never know what kind of ideas he's going to come up with. So, but what were people saying? What else was he saying on your spaces, Dank? What else were you hearing on there? Because you're talking to a lot of people.
Well, one of the things I heard was that maybe that they've been talking with Hanks about getting it on Poker Go. I don't want to get people's hopes up, but somebody did say that. I mean, that's all I want is for it to be streamed, really. So I don't know how true that is or not, but I'm still holding out hope that it's streamed and I can do commentary.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're on a crusade as well too right now. You're like in everything. You're making selfie videos. You're fucking hanging out with Robbie. You're giving a tough conversation. You're kind of like really hopped in feet first in the content game here.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of content. I just don't really want to play poker anymore. So I'm just trying to fire up the content and put it into overdrive.
So your plan is you're a full-time content creator now.
I'm a content creator, bro. I got it. I haven't gotten on TikTok yet, but I'm gonna figure that out, and I'm gonna start hanging with these guys. These young cats. I'm gonna start doing dances. Like I'm doing content now.
Dude, it's so funny. Okay, I'll be like, yeah, I think you got a lot of potential as a talent. We were talking about this the other day, right? You'd be good to work with because you really know poker, right? You really know poker. You're actually good at poker. You got a lot of experience at poker. You played a lot online. Your online pedigree, I think, is you were battling at mid stakes for many years. Volume, winning the game. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, I really I rate that pretty highly. And then playing a lot of live poker, you've been doing that for the past couple of years. So I think I think you got a lot of potential.
I mean, I put my time in the game, Joey. I've been in this shit 20 years. Like, it's a fucking long time.
That's true.
It's a long-ass time.
When did you start playing?
I started playing in 2006, professionally, full-time.
Mm-hmm. And then you played online for how many years did you play online?
Basically, I had a weird career where I started off playing on Bodog, and it was extremely soft. Mm-hmm. And I remember I dropped out of college because I had made like $200K and it was a shit ton on Bodog. And then I literally, Bodog was so soft that this was like during the party poker days. And I wouldn't play on party poker because I thought it was too tough, basically. So I ended up playing online for a few years. Then I played live. Had an awful experience in New York City where I was at a club and a guy got shot and killed. And then I went back to online for a long time. Then Black Friday happened. I've been all over the place, really. I'm a fucking grinder, bro.
True grinder, I know. And I now basically, I mean, it sounds like you got the tough conversations going on, which obviously everybody loves tough conversations. You seem to have a real knack at breaking down a situation a bit differently than anybody else does. And adding humor to it, right? Like, really, we haven't seen anybody kind of be critiquing poker in the way that you're able to critique it, especially because you kind of understand things from a, more like inside the community standpoint versus how I feel like a lot of other people might make content or might think about it. So it's pretty unique to kind of approach it the way you're approaching it in poker. We haven't really seen it.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I do think it's a pretty specific skill set because I've been in poker 20 years, which is a fucking long time. And you just learn the game, the ins and outs of it. But I think what is lacking is nobody's just trying to be like funny, really, or doing it well is what it feels like, And I think the combination of the poker plus the humor is just that it's. I mean, I think what I do is good. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think anybody else is really even trying to do it. From what I see, it's certainly not succeeding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of new people get into content, and a lot of people usually go the vlogging route. And most people aren't trying to be humorous or be funny because you got to put yourself out there pretty hard. And
well, I do think like Marley and Caitlin are doing an excellent job. But they're not even poker players is the thing. You know what I mean? Like, they're people that had like lives making, like, I think Caitlin went to acting school and was like, Marley was doing vlogs, really funny vlogs that she started off doing. So I just have a different, you know what I mean? Like I have more of the grinders mentality with the humor, I think, which is what people appreciate.
Yeah, I think grinders appreciate that, and obviously Poker World got a lot of grinders people that play every day.
Yeah, shout out to the grinders.
Yeah, how big's your house? People want to know how big is the place you're in?
It's nice. I got a nice house. I don't want to go into too much details, but
what?
We got a nice little outside view here. Yeah, it's nice. I'm in my office right now.
What were your thoughts on the fight that took place, the shoving match? I
was trying to kind of log off of Twitter, like you ever just like put your phone down and just don't want to do it for a few hours. But eventually I picked it up and that was the first thing I saw. And I mean, it's just like, my thoughts are just, this thing just it doesn't give us a chance to take a day off, basically. It just keeps coming at you, this whole Berkey airball thing, like a fucking train.
Yeah, isn't it pretty? I mean, it's kind of shocking how like it kind of keeps escalating. You know what I mean? Like I was like, oh, okay, this isn't actually going to happen. Like there's no fucking way these two guys are going to play. Like I thought there's no way Berkey would want to be in a room with this guy for 100 hours under any circumstances, even if he gets to play with them. Like I just didn't think he would really want to put himself in that kind of situation. So I was pretty surprised to see they could agree and actually move forward on the match. And I definitely didn't expect it to be like they're pushing and shoving each other in the Bellagio room. You know what I mean? Like that's
no. And I mean, I don't know about you, and I don't want to disappoint people. I'm still kind of skeptical that the match even goes, honestly. Just after everything we've been through. But yeah, just development after development. It's you just know what's going to happen. Yeah, the next thing you know, the fucking Berkey's trying to drag him outside and beat his ass.
So do you think that any of that was out of line in terms of, how things are...
No, you just don't know the backstory of the moment. You don't know what Airball said, like I don't think you can judge those situations without being there, honestly. In my opinion.
Well, the internet disagrees with you because everyone's judging the situation right now on the comments. I mean, the comments are absolutely going crazy right now for people. I mean,
oh yeah. Well, the comment. I mean, this is what the chat lives for. Like the chat. This is what the chat was. This is the fucking. It doesn't get any better for the comments. I mean, this is just, dude. Like the comments are just going fucking berserk. The internet's just exploding right now with this shit. It's great. It's fun, in my opinion. I don't know how you feel about it. I mean, you're back out of retirement now. Like, are you wishing you could just stay on the detox, stay down low, or are you kind of happy to be in the streets?
I mean, there's some. I definitely am. I've been playing poker all the time, so there's a lot of some things I want to do. And when you do podcasts or when you're talking to people, you can always talk to people. There's always interesting people to talk to and stories to talk about. And I know a lot of people, so it's always pretty easy to find people to do that with. So I was kind of just waiting for something to talk about, and the Garrett interview really got me interested in that story again. And then once that got reignited, Doug is like going crazy. Obviously, I always find it. I always like following poker a bit more when Doug's making content because it always makes things a little real interesting. So I think now that I know he's coming back and he's gonna be making content, he's gonna be playing matches. That's a good personal, you know what I mean? That the lodge is like a pretty good spot to work more with and to do streams and stuff like that with. So I think I saw you working with them. Are you planning on doing a regular thing with them? Maybe, yeah. I mean, they made me some ideas, right? We talked about some ideas for things we could do together. So yeah, I would imagine I'll probably go down there more and be a part of some shows they do. Maybe do some PLO stuff down there, do some events there as well. So.
Yeah, I feel like with poker, I don't know if you feel this way, but the news cycle kind of comes in these big spikes, like we get the Postle spike and everybody's interested and wants to talk. And then it's like dies down. It's kind of gets old. And then it's like Robbie spike, and everybody wants to talk about it. Dies down, gets old. Now we got Airball Berkey, and everybody's like juiced on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty surprising to see. I think that interview that Airball did with Doug Polk really got everybody just fired up.
Yeah, well, it even started before that though, because the Garrett tweets got people fired up. People were seeing those the PC Garrett is dead tweet was really kind of shocking, to a lot of people. To me, it was.
Yeah, Garrett gets a response from people like I haven't seen. I mean, Robbie gets like a very polarizing and passionate response, but Garrett elicits the most passionate and unhinged responses I've ever seen in the poker world. I mean, I've been making content now for a long time reporting on what was happening and talking about what's happening, and I really have never seen anything like it, the way people react to Garrett specifically.
Yeah, no, he's pulls on people's heartstrings, man. Like he's very. I think he knows what he's doing. I think he knows how to. I think he knows how to. I'm not saying it's all intentional or not pure, but like people, that guy, like they might as well be puppets.
What do you mean? Who should be? What do you mean?
I just think Garrett can. He's really good at. He's really good at just like his timing of that. You know what I mean? That notepad post. He's just very calculated. That's why the airball thing was so crazy, because he almost never missteps in terms of his actions. You know, like it just the cheating one was one, but I feel like he's always been like just seen as a really upstanding person. I don't know, for a long time within poker.
I don't think him calling this guy. I don't think him coming out and saying that Airball is a bad person. I mean, I don't think that's really that un-PC. You know, the guy's been basically attacking him for fucking months. So if a guy's attacking you for months and I say, oh, you're a bad person because I think you're attacking me, like, I don't think that's too un-PC or even out of line at all for him to have that opinion. For him to share it the way he did, I think was, you know, pretty interesting timing, and really put into effect what we saw. Now it's a good point. Yeah, that is pretty much how things started. So do you think we're actually going to see some people play more poker, some matches take place instead of all this talking that people seem to be doing right now?
I said I'm skeptical about the Berkey match happening, just with the way it's gone. Like, there's been so many things, there's been so many issues. Or Galfond. I mean, can you imagine Galfond right now? Like, every day he wakes up to something. Today he wakes up to see this fucking video of them like about to fight. I hope so, man. I mean, that's what I was talking about with Doug. Was like, I mean, I understand it's a different climate. Poker's different, but like, this used to be, I feel like back in the day, the way things got settled. Like, you called someone out, you talked shit, you played them heads up. You know. Mm-hmm. And I feel like it's kind of just like kind of been forgotten, and this is like the big revival of it. So I hope we see more of this, man. Fuck it. Put it in my veins.
Are you, I know you've been working with Live at the Bike. Recently I saw that they are considering doing a strip poker game with Robbie. Will you be commentating and or playing that? Because I know they're a new collaborator of yours.
I they haven't reached out to me yet. I don't want to. I don't want to say anything. Yeah, I haven't been contacted about that. I wasn't aware of that. That's for poker.
Oh,
game.
You didn't know that. You didn't know that game was going to go down. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Where's your wife at? She in the other room. Oh, she's there. Okay, yeah.
No, my wife's. She's in the other room. I'm in the office right now.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't need to know about this.
Yeah, Dank, you gotta take it easy, buddy. Get in a content space. It's people are treating you different. They're gonna, you know what I mean? Opportunities open up. Pretty soon you're gonna get invited to the parties where the people got the masks on and they got a side room, you know, the breakout room.
Wait, is it like in Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Once you get to LA, you get out there. Yeah. You start making a name for yourself.
Once you start hanging with the big dogs, you're back in a back room, fucking two girls with a mask on, and there's a dude hitting you from behind, like, basically is what you're saying.
Yeah, if you want that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it comes at you fast, man. Life comes at you fast. The internet comes at you fast. And I do think one of the things, I don't know how much you found this, but I was talking about on my Twitter space about this, is like, when I'm doing these commentary things, it's just me in this room with no one else and a chat, basically.
Right. Like right
and
now.
And I end up fucking, the chat ends up oftentimes taking over in a way, because like they're the people, you know, that I'm communicating with, that are watching this with me. And I feel like that's kind of been lost in streams and commentary, you know, like I just don't see much interaction there. And dude, these guys are going nuts in here. They're firing all, like, how do you feel about that dynamic?
Yeah, I mean, I love talking to my chat. So obviously I've done hundreds of hours of streams and done, you know, a lot of podcasts, a lot of live streams by myself. So I think it's different, but it's normal, right? I mean, you know, it's a normal thing to do a chat, have a live stream, have a chat, kind of get caught up in your chat, talking with them. They're there.
But no, but it's different when you're just live streaming to an audience like this. I'm talking about when you're doing commentary, you know, when you're calling a game.
I guess, I don't know. I feel like I'm a part of the game. Like, I feel like I'm with the players. I'm like an extension of the game. So when I'm doing commentary, you know, that's kind of the mindset I have, is like, I'm there relaying the action to the fans that are watching it at home. And yeah, I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? So like, I don't think I guess it's like, it just seemed real normal.
But let me ask, like, did you do any of the Taraz streams or Paraz or whatever his name is?
Yeah, I did Taraz streams. Yeah.
So, like, when you're calling the action, is there any part of you that's like curious to get in the chat and see what they got to say, or are you just like focused in and calling the hands? Because that's kind of where my mind goes. Is when I see things at the table, my first thought is like, what does the chat think about this, and what are they going to give me?
No, I love it. So during those shows, you could see the chat while you're doing commentary. So when you can interact in real time, basically.
To me, that's what's so appealing, is there's so many people that you can interact with so quickly while it's all going on. Mm-hmm. Like when we did the bike chat the last day, Benny Blanco apparently was in the chat. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, he plays a lot of poker out there. His brother, I think his cousin plays a lot, and he just played in this like.
So he was just talking shit in the chat, and I would just randomly like shout him out, and it was just, I don't know, like. I feel like, and I watch live streams, and I mean, like, the guys like Tuck, and, you know, they know what they're doing, but I guess I feel like the chat in these live streams is very, very underrepresented in terms of what actually is made, in terms of the announcers actually using any, like, to me, when I'm in the chat on one of these things, all I'm trying to do if I'm typing is say something that gets noticed. And I feel like there's thousands of people just doing that, and a lot of people are just ignoring it. I don't know.
So you're saying that you want to, I mean, I'm a big fan. I'm all a fan of that, right?
I want to free the chat, basically, is what I'm saying. I want the chat to really be like the free, because they're doing a lot of work in there. And you're only one person, you know, two people.
You're a man on a mission.
That's my goal, is to free the chat. I want the vilest things that the chat says, as long as they're okay and as long as they hit well, to be free. And I want to be their vehicle for them. And maybe I'll take credit sometimes. I don't know.
Well, I think we're all going to be following along, my friend. We're going to be seeing how things go with you and your content, how things go with you in poker. Are we going to be people going to see you play poker? They want to see you play. Should we show you guys to play it all?
You know, unfortunately, it's been a pretty small ratio of people in the comments saying, hey, I want to see you play. I really don't want to play anymore. But that'll change too, you know, when I do more of the stuff. Like, the thing is, I'm commentating all of my stuff, like it's on No Limit Hold'em, you know? Mm-hmm. So part of this is like and this I talked to Len about this, like, I was hoping PLO commentary would be, like, PLO streams would be more of a thing. And I just don't think it's going to happen. So part of this is like, I feel like I have to play No Limit again, honestly, because I'm commenting on all.
Yeah, that's why I started learning Hold'em again and started studying, because I realized that most of these games are only going to be Hold'em, and if you want to do PLO, then, you know, it's just not, like, think about Vegas. There really is not much PLO here. It's all Hold'em. So it just seems like the world it's a Hold'em world out there.
I'm sure you find this, because I know you have a lot of fans out there. When you play like a No Limit Hold'em tournament, it's like a lot of pressure in a way, because you have all these fans sweating you. Like, people are asking you, Joey, play, you know, and you don't even play Hold'em that much, or didn't. Like, when I played the PCA in the Bahamas, it was like nerve-wracking. I just wished I was better and felt pressure, because I know people were rooting for me, and I want to get better at No Limit. You know, I really do. We should get in the lab, bro.
Let's do it. Yeah, I'm basically in the lab every day. I played a lot today of Hold'em.
Oh, you're playing Hold'em? You're already in the lab.
Oh yeah, I'm in the lab. Yeah, I'm down.
Nice. Hold'em's coming back.
I want to find the best coaches. I want to find the best Six Max online coach and the best. I think I have one of the best full ring live coaches. So I basically have access to people that are more than happy to try to teach you and help you learn. So it's never been easier to get a really good coach, someone that's got a lot of really good experience, who's well studied and knows how to communicate with you. So
what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get in the live high stakes scene, or are you trying to play tourneys, or just see how it goes?
Yeah, just see how it goes. I'm not like, I just think it's easy. It's just so easy to do, you know, you just got to want to do it. So I think if you have the mind, you know, we know poker all about mindset. So if you have the mindset where you want to get to a certain kind of level of skill where you're able to beat the games to a certain degree, or be able to just use it as a way to make some extra money for whatever you're doing, you know, depending on how you want to think about that. I just think it's never been easier with all the abundance of games and the abundance of tools and the abundance of people that are willing to help and people that are willing to play. You know, everything is like, it's just so different than it was before. It's so different. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you feel this in some ways, but like, we used to play No Limit Hold'em together, you know, like 15 plus years ago. And like, do you like, what do you think held you back from being better at No Limit when you were coming up? Is there anything in particular you feel like?
I just called too many 3-bets. That's why when I switched to PLO, I was able to go up higher stakes, whereas at Hold'em, I basically got to like 3-6, 5-10, 10-20, tried shot taking in there. But for PLO, I could do better because I called too many 3-bets, and I would tilt so hard. And when I tilted, I would call more 3-bets, and then that would get me in more trouble against better players. And I wasn't really game selecting as much when I would do that shot takes at Hold'em. So I felt like I just wasn't managing my role well enough to be able to sustain that. And I just wasn't taking optimal shot takes when I did shot take. Whereas at PLO, a lot of my biggest weaknesses became my biggest strengths. And then I started game selecting a little bit harder. And once I just stopped playing everybody and game selected, you basically, it's easy to crush the bad players. And that when you're used to battling really good players, you go play a bad player. I mean, the guy's giving away money, you know what I mean? So it's not hard to beat these guys if you can just get in games with them, and that just comes down to hours and opportunity. And most of the sites offer that opportunity for a long time. I think they still do for if you're really good.
Yeah, well, I feel like I stopped playing No Limit so long ago, and I moved into PLO. Like, to be honest with you, in my mind, it was like never a game I was going to play again. Like I almost picture myself just out of poker before really playing No Limit like regularly again.
I did the same thing. This is the same thing I thought about, but after the Doug Polk versus Daniel challenge, when I watched Heads Up every day and I was talking to everybody Heads Up every day, and I found the programs make it a real fun to learn and play and make it a lot easier. So I just started playing every single day with studying against the programs, and then that just helped me get a lot better. And then you could kind of control.
I was really like, I'm never going to do it. And then I've just been seeing more signs like play No Limit, like big cash games popping up near me that look great, like tournaments, when I came out in December for the WPT, like just it looks so good and juicy and big. And so all the signs have been saying, I think, just play more No Limit. And now also that I'm doing commentating, like, I'm commentating in a room and it's like Berkey and Robbie and like fucking the accountant or something, and I go and I'm done commentary and they're still playing and they're like, "You want a seat?" And I'm like, fuck, I don't have enough money, but so it's time to learn No Limit again, Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely, when you're doing commentary and when you're around the environment, it's easier for you to get in the games and be able to play in a lot of lineups with people that wouldn't normally be playing those games unless it happened to be on a stream or happened to be on a show. So the dynamic of how players are interacting with playing is way different now. And poker's aren't really about to blow up. I mean, it's about to really pop the fuck off. So, the games are going to be crazy. I can't imagine what's going to happen. So.
Yeah, no, that's the other thing is like, it's clearly we're booming right now, like we've been through the early boom, like we caught the moneymaker boom, and now it feels like it's booming again. It's interesting because it feels like people don't really know why, or like people have different theories, but I've never heard somebody like really put their finger on why we're booming like this, and it seems like it just keeps going. Like, do you have any specific theories about that?
Oh yeah, I've been wanting to make this video about breaking exactly down, because if you break down why poker had its boom, and if you look at where things are at now, there's a lot of parallels and similarities. Because before, the biggest reason that poker was able to really blow up was that it got on a big channel. It got on ESPN. ESPN promoted it, and the company started spending a lot of money because they had incentive to spend money because they were able to make so much money once they got Americans on there. So they used ESPN and Poker After Dark and WPT and all these events to be able to promote the experiences to the Americans. And they just kept doing it, and then they kept showing the stars over and over and over and over and over again. So you had exposure to a lot of these guys for like 7, 8, 9, 10, Doyle Brunson, like 40 years for some people. And then all that went away at Black Friday, and we kind of started over in terms of all these things. And right now, we're just seeing so many channels making content and so many more people promoting the game, whereas we didn't have that for a long time. And now we have a lot more game creators. We got a lot of vloggers. We have this like explosion of talent in each different individual country around the world who's all contributing to like this kind of like what I consider like, it's like a volcano kind of waiting to explode. And those guys aren't going to slow down. More companies are spending money. And once the company starts spending a lot more money on all these things, on resources, on content, on ideas, GG Poker's about to, more content's coming. So I think that all that is, really what's allowed it. It's just the abundance of content creators and the abundance of game, sick hands, sick moments, sick characters, sick people, like things that get people interested.
One of the things I think was that like you said, like it was like this one, it was all these players on like one network you were watching. Like, do you think there's a chance that somebody will just take over in poker like that and it will make it even bigger?
I don't know if that person's in poker right now, but I could see somebody coming from outside with a little different vision that could come in with access to those relationships to be able to get it on basically ESPN. I mean, it has to be basically ESPN. Think about ESPN for UFC. If you study UFC's trajectory and their career, ESPN has really helped to take them to another level.
Oh yeah, ESPN is huge. Yeah, you got to be on there for sure, I think.
Yeah, and I think ESPN is really the only game-changing station that you could get your programming on, and it's very realistic for poker to get back on there. It just takes the right company, have the right relationship with them, and for whatever reason, PokerGo hasn't done that. They went a different direction, but I think it's possible to make it happen again. So I think that will be the ultimate thing that you want to hope for, and then also with more regulation, where people are able to play poker. Because when people can play poker, companies are making money. That means they're willing to spend more money, more competition. So once that happens, then I think more people, because if you're going to spend money, right? Let's say you're going to give a content creator $150,000 as a sponsor, and you're going to help them another few $100,000 with their poker career to make better content. And you have a lot of companies doing that for a lot of people. Then you're going to help people build their channels faster. And
I'm also interested with like the streamers, because streamers are so huge and they have such big audiences. Like when you do that stream game and you have Mr. Beast and, I know he's not a streamer, but I'm just saying YouTubers or people that stream like Botez and XQZ or, Wolf, whatever those guys are. Like, how much do you think they're going to get into poker? Because that was like a crazy experience, but then I feel like nothing really ever like materialized after that.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a few of these guys a few of the guys or girls to really embrace poker. And once again, I think it's going to come down to money. So if they have enough incentive, if they get enough eyeballs, they get enough attention. So I think right now, Hustler's doing a great job working with the content creators, working with these young guys. They're getting I know Nick's been on there a lot, Nick Austin. And, he got a lot of potential because he's already got this really huge following. So if he can actually get serious about poker, he's someone that potentially could kind of cross over into that younger generation, which would then inspire more of those people, which would then have like a convergence, which kind of we're seeing now, young generation, Nick Airball versus old generation, Matt Berkey, Rampage coming up, Mariano coming up. You got guys like Doug now. So we're sort of seeing this like mixture of older gen and newer generation of people. And I think that's when we're going to start to see, the magical things happen once we get to know the people for 10 years, for 8 years, for 12 years. So,
well, that's also one of the things I think that I've been trying to do, like even just with the PokerGo stuff I just did, like we don't really know these players, a lot of them, like even the ones we see play a lot, like what do we really know about them? I feel like we know like nothing, and they're oftentimes very hard to root for or get on a side of. And I do think that's a big part of that's sort of missing, but maybe it's happening more. I don't know. It's certainly what I'm trying to do in a way with at least what I just did with PokerGo.
Yeah, I think that it's always been a very weak point of the programs that they don't really promote the players that much. Where if you only watch the games or watch the highlights, like there's not a lot of programming that helps educate you on what their personalities are or what makes them unique or what makes them stand out or anything like that. So I think my goal when I always made content was to try to get people to share their personalities, their stories, kind of what you're saying, where that's what you're trying to get David Peters to bring it out. You got Negreanu on there. You have a few other, you think you have what, 4 or 5 others you told me coming up or as well, or what, or how many?
Yeah, we did a bunch of them, and I'm going to try to do more because I mean, it's a great opportunity for me to sit down with people, and like David Peters was just amazing because I had no idea he was going to say any of that stuff, that he said. It was super shocking to me. I was worried he wasn't even going to speak, because of what I've seen from him. But he's obviously was ready to fucking fire. So yeah, we got about at least I think 7 or 8 more from this go, and then I want to start doing more of that. I want to do this stuff. Like this is the stuff I love to do. It's a lot of fun. So I'm definitely looking to do as much of this stuff as possible.
Yeah, I think the show looked good. I mean, they got PokerGo got great high quality production, so it looks well shot, well lit. A lot of potential, man. That one's
Yeah,
sick,
man.
you
Well,
know?
I don't know how. I'm curious how you feel about content creation and stuff in general, because I know it's like tiring. I know you've been kind of out of the game, and it can be exhausting. Like, where are you at with all this stuff?
I mean, you really just gotta embrace the public figure life, and public figure life is, for me, is pretty crazy, stressful sometimes. Sometimes I get myself in trouble with people and cause a lot of drama, cause a lot of issues if I ever say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I noticed that when I was in Vegas with you in December, just how many people came up and stopped you, whenever we went was like, that was crazy because I mean, that must just fucking be exhausting. Not that it's not good or anything, but it just must you must want to break from that when you can.
yeah. I mean, it's a lot of attention. I get a lot more attention now than I ever got before. Something definitely after the Robbie thing, and I've been doing this stuff for so long and know so many people, and yeah, it's definitely a different point now. So it's a little bit different energy than it used to be. It used to be a lot more fun. Now it's a lot more serious, and you kind of gotta. I'm trying to figure it out, So, but I like to do more of the private stuff, and that's why I got a lot more into investing. I love investing. It's way different kind of grind. You don't need to be public. You don't need to even talk about it to do well at it. So it's way different. It's way different than content creation life.
Yeah, well, I mean, I interviewed that guy Ben, blank check Ben, on a Twitter space the other night. He seems super interesting. I've never personally been interested in investing at all, and it's just not something that's like ever really piqued my interest outside of trying to make money. But hearing Ben talk, hearing Keating a little, and these guys, like, they're in this world of like these really rich venture capitalists who have made just fucking absorbent amounts of money. Like, I mean, I don't know if he was how facetious he was being, but on the interview, blank check Ben said, just to be honest with you, Will, if I dropped $200,000 on the ground, it would be a pain to pick it up. Mm-hmm. Like, these guys are, stupidly rich. And a lot of it's just through investing, right? Just backing different companies and keeping going. So yeah, it is a different world. And yeah, like, do you watch these stream games at all? Do you watch these hustler games?
Not really. No, I don't really watch many of the games. I watch like some of the hands or some of the clips that they post, but I'm not like watching the full stream unless. Especially not lately, but not to say I won't do it in the future if I'm going to be talking more about poker. But in the past, I've just mainly been focused on what I'm studying right now. And then I kind of go to the poker.org. I watch if they put some, they got the headlines on there. I'll go to like people on Twitter to kind of see what people are talking about. But I'm not really consuming a ton of the streams right now. Maybe if Vegas get a stream, then I might be more inclined to watch that. But I can't say the LA players, like, I just see a lot of the same names. I don't really know who they are, so I don't really have that interest in watching a lot of people play.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hope I can make the bike streams good enough that we can get you to sweat those and get in the chat, but we'll see.
The bikes, yeah, I've watched that a few times when you're doing it. I think you do a good job commentary in there, but kind of come down to the lineups and the players and who's playing. And I don't really like to watch a lot of full ring hold'em. Like, full ring hold'em is my least favorite game. So I like watching heads up hold'em. I like watching PLO. I like watching shorthanded. But
yeah, for sure. I think that we were talking with Doug because heads up is like such a pure form of poker, and you play so many hands, and you have nowhere to hide. But it's not a form that you really see televised outside of like final tables, where people don't even have that many chips a lot of the time. So I would like to see heads up more, find a way, you know what I mean? Like, to get this airball match streamed and just like let's make heads up streams a thing.
Yeah, I think heads up's got a lot of potential. I've always thought about covering more heads up stuff. And that's like the form of poker I like the most right now, just to see two people play. The pots are big. It's a lot of action. I mean, if you watch the Doug show he's been doing, I think that's been pretty entertaining. So, I think that format has a lot more potential than like nine-handed, where, the story is a lot different nine-handed versus heads up. So for me, I'm personally more interested in the heads up stuff than I am the full ring stuff. So I think the stories are a lot more interesting, but everybody got their own opinion. So.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, what do you like? Do you have would you bet this airball match, just to go back to it?
I would bet. I think Berkey's the favorite, but I wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to bet against Nick Airball. So, but if I had to bet, I'd probably bet Berkey's side.
Because Doug on my call said he might be doing some coaching or something for airball.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big, obviously it can't be a bad thing to have one of the best players in your corner coaching you, one of the best coaches in your corner coaching you. So, Yeah, that's not good for Berkey. I mean, I don't know why Doug would want to do that. Like, why would you want to make a potential future opponent better at the game? I mean, I guess he already does through his content, so you could say he's doing that now. But to coach this guy one-on-one heads up, especially when he might play you in a match in the future, you know, I don't know. But maybe if he's going to invest in him, if he's going to take
I can think of one reason why.
Why?
Because he's playing Berkey.
But why would Doug dislike Berkey that much where he wants to help Nick Airball become a way better poker player?
I don't know. My dogs are going nuts, though. I got to let you go, man. Sorry, I've been. My wife's gonna be pissed, but thank you for having me in here, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. All right, see you, Poppy.
Thank you, guys.
Later, Poppy. All right, guys. Big shout out to Dankness, one of my favorite guys in poker. Congratulations to him on the success he's been having. Big shout out to him for coming on. Chat, give Dankness a thank you. We come back here. We're going over, if you just tune in, we're going over Matt Berkey versus Nick Airball feud showdown, the match that's taking place, allegedly. Talking about Doug, talking about GMAN, taking some call-ins. We're here, we're live, Las Vegas, Nevada. GTO headquarters. Yeah, guys, thank you very much for tuning in. Joey Ingram, Chicago Joey, Big Poppy, Poppy GTO, Vegas 2023. It's hard to believe. March 31st, 2023, and I'm still in the poker world. It's unbelievable, considering I started 15, 16 fucking years ago. So it's kind of surreal to be in this position where there's still poker going on. So, but yeah, thank you, Dankis, for coming on, guys. Appreciate the chat for showing him a lot of love as well. And I think I'm going to try to get CG Poker in here. He's a streamer as well, playing a long time. Said he wanted to talk about what's going on, so maybe he got something to say here as well. I'm curious what he's up to. He's been working pretty hard on this content, working pretty hard battling the Zoom games. So certainly, you know, if you're winning in those games, you're one of the best players in the world. So let me check in with him, tap in with him, see what he's got to say. And let me put on a clip here real quick, guys. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I've been drinking a lot of water. Joey needs his own feud. No, man, I'm not trying to have no. I used to have feuds when I was younger. When I would be playing online, I would definitely talk a lot of shit, and I would definitely have some beefs with people. But I'm a little older now, so.
Guys, friendly game. Friendly game. Cool.
Don't tell us something else. Go fail at something else. Go fail at something else. Go fail at something else. I will. He's helping me. I do this. I know. Why do you need help? Because I'm going to beat your ass. You don't need him then. Come right over here. I'm scared.
Guys, friendly game. Friendly game. Cool.
Of you? Don't tell us something else. Go fail at something else. Go fail at something else. Go fail at something else. I will. He's helping me. I do this. I know. Why do you need help? Because I'm going to beat your ass. You don't need him then. Come right over here. I'm scared.
Guys, friendly game. Friendly.
Bro, what the hell? Bro, where's Freddie Deeb at? We got to get Freddie Deeb here. We got to get his take. That's true. Who we got out there? Zero Sum. What's happening, Zero Sum? Hershey Squirts. What's happening, Squirts? What's happening, Hershey Squirts? Eden Rocks. What's happening, Eden? What's up, guys? Welcome, guys. Ryan Braun, welcome. Welcome to the Legion. Welcome to all the Legion members that are here showing love. That are here interested in what the hell's going on. I don't know what people are interested in anymore. Yeah, we're gonna get CJ in here, check in with him, see what he's got to say. It seems fake. What percentage do you think it was staged? I don't think it was staged at all, guys. I do not get the feeling this is a staged issue. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. How'd they get that recording? Well, that's a good point. What's up, Dylan? What's happening? What's going on? Game Vault. What's going on, Game Vault? Jeremy, what's going on? Let me see. Let me get CG in here. See Chris George in here. See what he got to say. It was not staged. I don't think it was staged, guys. Yeah, I don't think this is I don't think this is staged. I don't think so. I mean, I don't know anymore. I don't know. CSAP, what's up, CSAP 1270? How's it going? Joey, play the Rampage versus Airball hand where Airball says he has to sell his car. Yeah, I don't know where that clip is at. Rob Kuhn was gatekeeping that clip. Doug Brown said, Poppy, maybe not staged, but Berkey had to bring the cameraman, right? So the cameraman is Marcus Gonzalez, and he is a regular in the game. So he just played on the $1 Million game on Poker Go. All right, let's get Chris George in here. CG, you out there?
Hey, Papi.
What's up, Papi? How's it going?
Good. Long time. I think the last time we chatted was the podcast like 5-6 years ago or something.
Oh, was it? Well, I always see in the chat, so I just think that we chat more often than maybe we do since I see your name all the time.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm in the chat, so makes sense.
Tell people a little bit about give a little quick intro on what you're playing and what you're doing for content, and what you're playing as a player.
So yeah, I've been playing a lot of No Limit Hold'em the last couple of years because I was a mixed games player. I think the last time we did the pod, I was a PLO player, and those games just kind of dried up. So I decided to learn the 2-card game and spend a lot of time trying to get into those streets. Just been playing a lot of mid stakes, 2-5, some 5-10 No Limit online with all the
all the wizards. Yeah, how you been doing in those games? I mean, those are pretty hard games to be able to beat 2-5 Zoom and be a winner in that game. Pretty challenging game.
Yeah, I mean, I've been able to beat it for a nice sample, make a living from it, to be honest. That's pretty much all I'm doing these days. I'm probably more close to what Dankness was saying. I've just been a grinder for the last 10, 15 years, playing online, playing live. So my main income comes from playing poker, and then I've been in the Twitch streets for a while. I want to say like almost 2 years now. So I'm doing that on the side as kind of like a side hustle. It started off just kind of like a fun thing to try and get better at poker and stream myself studying, and then it just evolved from there.
Cool. Yeah, sounds like you got a pretty good setup going on then.
Yeah, it's fun. It's tough because how poker is. It's kind of a individual sport, right? Sometimes it can be lonely if you're just grinding 10-hour days in your basement. So having like a community, building a community, having people to talk to, it adds another element to it, which is a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, poker definitely. If you don't have your main friend group or your coaches to keep you in check and keep your emotions under control, it could be very lonely. Definitely, especially it's real easy to get isolated and just kind of focus on playing and studying and not really do much else besides playing poker when you're doing it professionally. So. Yeah, I think having the content, having that outlet, having people interact with and a community interact with is, I think it's awesome. I think it makes the grind a lot easier to do in a lot of ways, and also holds you accountable to keep working at your game and keep trying to be as good as you could be if that's your goal. If your goal is to be a good player, goal to be a winner.
Exactly. Like I think when I'm streaming, every time I play a hand, I have to come up with a coherent, thought process that makes sense to other people as well as myself. So it does hold you accountable to even just playing your best A game and always like being focused and not, getting put on autopilot when you're 3 or 4 tabling by yourself.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, CG, on the match here? What are your thoughts on Nick Airball needing a support, his friend to play behind him? I saw Max Silver put a funny thing on here, but what are your thoughts on the match? What's taking place here? What are you seeing?
Yeah. So I think I think a lot of things, but what I will say is what most people are probably watching. It's just I don't know what's happening. I don't know if this is like 100%, just genuine heads up for rolls, back and forth, or if this is like some kind of content metagame that's been building for the last, month or so. But clearly, Airball's out for uh, some attention either way. Berkey is, looking to build a platform as well. So in terms of, whether this is actually genuine, I would love to know, honestly. Do you think this is like a genuine kind of heated rivalry, or is this kind of constructed a little bit for the content on both sides?
I think this got Hollywood written all over it, my friend. I think we see in the script writers with a Hollywood production, and I don't know what's gonna happen. So, like when you're a character and you play in the role, you take it, you can get wrapped up in the role and take it pretty seriously. So, I think that what we're seeing is like, these guys both know that they, or people are watching and people are paying attention. So who knows how that's gonna make people react? I don't know.
For sure. I mean, like just even playing a heel, it's got to mess with your mindset. You have like all of these actors in Hollywood when they play a villain role, they really dive into that villain role, right?
Exactly.
And that kind of messes with your mindset and makes you start doing things that you might not have done in prior. So I could see this like really getting into Nick's head that he's the villain, and it could escalate to something more serious and actually, have some consequence in some way. But
like what? I don't think so, bro. I just don't see like it escalating past them playing and gambling. Like I don't see anything really going down where.
No. I don't think there's going to be like a fist fight or anything like that. But you saw him shove. There was a shove in this clip, right? Like,
I mean, he got in his face. He trying, you know what I mean? It makes sense. He trying to.
Yeah,
of course. Back him off.
All it takes though is Berkey to like, trip over a wheelchair backwards after Nick accidentally shoves him, and it starts escalating.
It's true. Well, I mean, we never know if it could be something behind him. You never know. So,
right.
Big shout out to Brad Nassar for subscribing. Welcome to the Legion, my friend. Appreciate you. We're joined by CG Chris George right here, content creator, poker player as well. So we're just talking about the Nick Airball versus Berkey match. I think Nick Airball and Brown Balla might be in the chat. Brown Balla says you guys missed the post stare down kiss in Bobby's room.
Oh my God!
Did that really happen? No, I mean I think well they had the stare down, right? I mean they had like this. I don't know what they got.
Yeah. So this is I want to break down this like the stare down, because the first thing I notice is that they both have a smile on their face, right? Like they're both kind of like cheesing face to face. Do you think that the smile takes away from the seriousness of it, or if like you're actually mad at someone, you kind of can't help but like smile at them when you put your chest up to them, right? Because it's kind of like juvenile.
I don't know. I mean, I think they're just fired up. I don't know. That's a good. I don't know. I think they excited, a little nervous and little anxious and little fired up. And like I said, I think they should just go power slap, because clearly the guys want to slap each other, right? I think it's clear that Nick Airball would love to get a shot in, and I think it's clear that Berkey would love to get a shot in. So why don't we see these two square up? Obviously, they're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna like wrestle. I think I'm gonna take Nick Airball in a wrestling match. If they're gonna do a wrestling match, if they're doing a boxing match, I'm probably gonna take Berkey. Berkey's probably a little more cardio. You need a little cardio for boxing. So I think a power slap is the perfect compromise, because just is, right?
Yeah, I mean, this just makes me think that we need poker boxing. We have chess boxing. We need poker boxing. I think that's the ultimate solution here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of not you slapping again, Joey. Learn. I know. Yeah, listen, take it easy. Take it easy, guys. Take it easy. So yeah. So what do I think of the match? Who you guys the favorite to win this match if these guys actually do play? Which it does look like they're going to be starting the match tomorrow.
Let me give you the wizard answer first, and then I'll give you the fun Hollywood answer.
Okay.
The wizard answer is, a match like this over such a short sample, you're not going to have a significant favorite no matter what. I think obviously you got Nick Airball. He's got Doug next to him for this one. So there's some kind of strategy being talked back and forth. Nick Airball is a professional poker player now. He's not an investment banker as far as I know. But maybe I could be wrong. I don't want to be held liable for any of that. So I think obviously Airball's skill is under-repped in this scenario, which means the line is going to be very close. The variance is insanely high. They're playing super deep stacked. Anything can happen here. But the Hollywood answer is I got Berkey because he's just clearly, he's got a training site. He knows what he's doing. He's been a pro forever. He knows he's going to be putting in the hard work. I think Airball is probably still going out having fun with his friends and partying in Vegas. He doesn't go to Vegas too often from what I know. And so he's probably taking up the Vegas atmosphere as well. But Berkey, hardened veteran, he's been there for a long time. He's here for business.
Yeah, I could get behind that. So I could see why you would say that would make Berkey a favorite. I mean, I think that Berkey's experience and he's got more heads-up experience and he has a long-term professional poker player mindset. So I think that those things give him an advantage. And yeah, Nick Airball, I don't really know what to expect out of his heads-up game, but I don't know. I just don't see. Yeah, it's a good. I don't know. I wish I could see the fucking match. Like I said, like I've been saying, I just wish I could watch these guys play. I want to see the hands. I want to see the pain. I want to see the blood. I want to see the violence. And as you're saying, they are going to be playing really deep. So the variance is pretty high. So I don't think anyone is going to have too huge of an edge. But Nick Airball is definitely going to bring it. And like we said earlier, I think one of the callers said it earlier, the people that called in, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, that if Nick does. If this starts to keep escalating and the emotions keep escalating, then I think he's going to be a little bit more prone to have a really big losing session. But at the same time, because like I said, if Berkey starts winning in the session and Nick Airball is going to really cover him. So if Berkey's winning 400K, Berkey's got $500,000 in front of him, and Airball decides he's going to cover him for 500K and ends up losing another 500K in that match, and he's down 900,000, which is totally in the realm of possibility. Because think about it, if you're down 400,000 and you reload for the 500 to cover, you're probably not necessarily in the best emotional state. Not to say that's always going to impact your play, but it certainly can impact your play. So if he has a tendency to let that happen to him, he's really got to get his fucking emotions under control to be able to catch himself in the moment when he starts getting to that point. Because those mistakes can be really, really costly, and that could be the difference between winning and losing is one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point. Like, I mean, we don't really talk too much about the mental game for like a heads up match like this. We're just mostly thinking about the skill, but the heads up is grueling. Even 6 hours a day, if that's what they end up playing, is a lot for just sitting down and playing hands. And it only takes one hand to kind of set you off or to catch you off guard to set forth a snowball of bad decisions, especially in a heads-up match. So, yeah, I think having a solid mindset is going to be very important for this because you can have all the skill in the world, you can have all the coaching in the world, but if you're not executing, that's going to cost you a ton of EV.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really seen Nick play a ton of volume. I just saw the big session he had for his Rampage, and, he got a little unlucky with the 10 bluff where Rampage ended up catching the queen, so he kind of had a perfect hand to be able to call with. And on the other hand, Rampage did not make a real sick hero call, but it seemed like he got a little bit tilted, a little bit splashy, made some plays that maybe he wouldn't normally have played if he's locked in, playing his A game, if he's winning. And if you let those kind of habits become something you do consistently, and heads up, you're playing so many big pots and you're in so many different spots where you don't have time to sit there and rest and recuperate and fold and like let the steam die down a little bit. You're literally in the next hand and the hand after that and the hand after that. So if you got a guy like Berkey who's good at pushing the pace and really playing a lot of hands, which to me he seems pretty comfortable with a much wider range, which just means he's going to be playing more aggressive, which means he's going to be attacking more button steals, and he's probably going to be 4-betting more. He's probably going to be trying to 5-bet more. Maybe not. That one's questionable, but right? You can see where it can get real crazy really fast. Not to say it can't necessarily go Nick's way as well, and not to say he can't go on those type of runs, especially if they are buying in pretty deep. Anything's possible with some of these hands. The hands play themselves sometimes too.
Yeah, are they playing 2 decks at the same time? Because
I hope
that's
so.
Actually...
Actually, that's a good question, because if they play 2 decks at a time, they're going to be getting a lot more hands in an hour.
Right.
Which means that there is the potential just for yeah, that's a good point. I mean, do you think it's advantageous for either player to not want to play with 2 decks and want to keep the game slower?
I would personally want to keep the game slower just because I think it would cause more impatience. And if I'm Berkey, I want to play as slow as I can because Nick's just going to lose his mind eventually.
You think so? You think
If I'm Nick, I just want to get as many hands in as possible. If I'm going to play an aggressive style, if I see Berkey has some kind of like a leak that he might be overfolding in certain spots or something like that, and just getting a lot of small pots in. I don't know. It really depends on what their game plan is, but I think that personally, I would like to slow things down because I know I'm more disciplined in spots than some other players might be because it's easy to get impatient. The other thing I'm actually curious about is like with the ante, is it correct to have a limping strategy anymore? Because, without the ante, you're limping in game theory, right? So is limping allowed even?
I don't know if limping's allowed, but you basically can't fold the button. So even, you're not really folding as it is without an ante. You're not necessarily folding that much of the button, maybe like 15, 17% or something like that. So when you factor in the ante, I mean, you're never folding. So you really got to start to adjust your strategy from out of position. But I actually don't know if limping's allowed. I would imagine that it's not. I mean, it's a good question because when you play the match down to the final days, the strategies might differ because somebody's trying to book a win. So, if a guy trying to really control the pace and want to throw his opponent off and he just starts limping for 3 hours or something like that, it could be something that really drives the other person crazy if they're stuck or anything like that. So I think that's kind of a good question to get figured out if they can limp in pre-flop. I don't know.
Yeah,
we saw in
I'm
the
surprised
past
that wasn't in like the rule set that Berkey posted because like limping is a huge strategy in heads up. Like I've played a bit of heads up no limit. I used to battle in like heads up mixed games, and so heads up mixed games, you need to play no limit obviously. So I played a good amount of heads up no limit, did a lot of work on it. And my strategy was I limped. I limped because I think players are understudied in the limp, node. Shout out to Doug. Actually played him heads up mixed games a while back.
How'd that go?
He quit me. He said that he did not want to play me anymore.
Are you gonna go take his challenge then? Why don't you go take his challenge down at the lodge?
I thought about it. I don't have enough capital, to be honest. I just too high for me these days. Back in the day, I probably would have done it, but not right now.
Yeah, what do you think about the way Doug's been handling a lot of this stuff with Berkey and with Airball and with the content and everything he's doing? Because you've seen him over the course of his entire content career.
Yeah, I mean, I've had Doug and we've hung out in the past. I used to live in Vegas. Doug used to come over to the house that I lived in, and then we used to go out together. We used to go to clubs. I got a funny story for you about going to a club with Doug, involving Jungle Man as well. But other than that, I think Doug is a content creator first and foremost these days. So I kind of get what he's doing with everything. It's kind of the meta, right? Like create controversy, make content on the controversy, make content reacting to people about the controversy, and then you just keep growing, right? So it's expected from Doug at this point. Is it something I would do personally? No. I reached out to Doug a while ago in Twitter. Like, I mean, I'm a nobody when it comes to content creation, right? Like I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not in the YouTube streets. I have some YouTube videos, but they're very small. And so like my opinion, I think didn't really matter to Doug. But I did reach out like saying like, hey, like, I think the content creation strategy that you have is just like super divisive. And I don't know, personally, I don't like it because it just creates too much chaos, but that's why it's so effective, right? Like that's why he gets the clicks, he gets the, scoop on all the drama. It makes sense.
Which part makes sense? Which part?
The way that Doug's handling everything. I think
it makes sense how why he's handling it like this.
Yeah, like it's kind of what you expect from Doug. If he's not firing out shots, if he's not causing controversy, if he's not getting the clicks, I'd be surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I think I don't know. I never know what to expect out of this guy. So, I'm sitting back, I'm watching, I'm being entertained, and it's just unfortunate when you know all the people involved, then you know the other people that are getting put down or attacked, right? So I wish I like watching it better when I don't know the parties that are involved. I'm just like a pure observer, pure entertainment, like not like personal at all. But for me, I know so many people, so.
Yeah. I mean, personally, like I used to hang out with Doug in, social settings. We weren't like close or anything, but like we went to dinner together, we went to clubs together a couple of times. And I think we just kind of had a little bit of a misunderstanding when he started making content. He started like taking the side of some things that I wouldn't have taken the side of. And it just kind of, it fell away from there. He unfollowed me on Twitter and made it known that he's unfollowing me on Twitter.
Oh, damn, there's real beef, huh?
There's like a little bit of beef, I'm sure he would come at me saying like I'm irrelevant or something like that, which is, whatever. But yeah, we've chatted before in the real world. Yeah, it is what it is, you've been around.
Sound like drama. Okay, give us your prediction for the match. Who do you got taking it down? You got Berkey taking it down, or do you got Airball taking it down?
Gosh, if I had to put money down, I don't really know them personally, but God, I think I don't know, man. It's a tough one. Like, is it crazy if I say it's a coin flip?
I don't think so. No.
I think if I had to put money down, I might emotionally hedge on putting money on Nick Airball because I want Berkey to win, but if I put money on Nick Airball, I can't lose.
Okay, well, Nick Airball is the choice. Listen, CG, we'll stay up to date with you. We'll keep in touch with you, and appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, appreciate you having me on. I did want to talk one thing before I go.
Okay.
About the Perkins bet with Sean Deeb.
Okay.
Because I was close to taking a bet with Perkins when I did the streamboat with him.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember the streamboat.
I remember that. Yeah, the streamboat.
He came on the streamboat with the idea of like having someone come and see how successful he was and motivate them to become, something like him as a businessman. And I won that competition. I went on to his yacht for like a week and a half. And that was around the time Jamie Staples did the weight bet.
Mm-hmm.
With Matt Staples, where they had to come in together at the same weight.
Mm-hmm.
And so I saw firsthand kind of what Perkins was doing with all of the weight bets. And I think it's great what he's doing, but he is insanely sharp when it comes to these weight bets. I almost did a bet with him where I had to get 10% body fat and he had to do 10% body fat. Otherwise, it would be a wash if we both got 10%. So for like 100K, if Perkins won, if he got 10% and I didn't, I'd have to pay him 100K. And if I got 10% and he didn't. So we did the DEXA scan in Vancouver. And I was like 22% body fat at the time and he was like 18. But he's muscular. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen Perkins out on the beach, but the dude's, pretty jacked. Mm-hmm. He's played football his whole life. He's an athlete. Early on. And so when you have that much muscle, it's a lot easier to get to 10%. So like it was kind of he was kind of hustling me in a way because I was 22, 23% with not much muscle. Which, for Deeb, it's a lot different. For Deeb, it's only 17%, but that's relative to how much he has right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Deeb's at like what, Did he say how much body fat he's at
I don't
on the
know.
stream, on
He's
the
a
pod?
big guy. I don't know what he's at though. I don't know.
Yeah. So it's a pretty sick bet for Deeb. Do you think he said he's gonna get it?
I mean, I don't see how he doesn't get it, man. I mean, come on. All you gotta do is work out and eat good food. I mean, eat healthy food, right? I mean, good, healthy, debatable, but you're getting paid $1 million to do it. I mean, why not just do it?
I mean, it's easy to say it, but I think he's a dog. I actually think he's a dog. If he's getting 10-1, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not even sure. I haven't really. There's like weight loss bets to me are like I don't even pay attention on that much because I don't know. I've never tried to lose weight. It's not something that really connects with me. The weight loss bet. When a guy loses a lot of weight, you know, I think I don't really like ever even thought about them. You know, people like get really wrapped up in discussing them, and I've just never thought about it. I just like that the person is trying to make a lifestyle change for the better of whatever they're doing. You know what I mean? So I don't really like think about I don't even know if it's hard or not to do what they're trying to do. It just
did you follow Doug's bet with him?
No, I didn't see that one. No.
Oh, okay. I thought you'd be a little bit into that. Weren't you in like the GTO, you know, workout lifestyle for a while?
Bro, I live in Vegas. Listen, my life, I was, yeah, but I live in Vegas. My life is not GTO, right? Like none of my habits are conducive what would most consider a healthy life. So I'm more into the Vegas lifestyle personally now. But I used to be into the eat healthy and, you know, drink a lot of water and live a good life and eat a lot of chicken and go work out all the time and have go workouts and have a trainer and all that kind of stuff. But not as much anymore.
I mean, the old photos of you like around your desk with like, you know, all of the junk food, and that was a whole lifetime ago, right?
Oh yeah, that was before I found out about diet and how different food affects your body differently. And then once I found that out, I just kind of stopped eating a lot of the junk food. So I never really ate candy, junk food like that again. So I don't eat a lot. I fast a lot. So when I do eat, I usually try to be healthy, and I think that always been worked out well for me. Just try to stay active, try to work out, try to keep a good mindset, try to drink a lot of water, and then sometimes you black out a lot, but you don't really overeat, which I think caused a lot of issue for people. So I never really overeat unless I get really stoned late at night, and then I might eat a lot.
Would you take a prop bet from Perkins to get down to 10%?
That'd be so fucking easy, yeah. You're kidding me. If I got paid to get 10%, I'd be paid to look great. I mean, dude, it's like a dream. I've been trying to do that for free for a long time. Now I get paid by a guy, and plus people follow, and they like get the rail. That sound amazing.
Would you put up 6 figures though as a bet?
Sure. Why? Fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? To get healthy, to get down to 10%. I mean, you're kidding me. Of course.
I think it's tough, man. I think it's a lot harder than people think. You know,
I'm not saying it, bro. Listen, I'm not saying it is easy either. I'm just saying I'm gonna do it 100%. It ain't even a doubt. I mean, to get to that, you know, if you got to do drugs, you got to do, you know, you take some Adderall or something like that. You know, take. You know, I don't know. You get to have the best coaches and you have the best workouts and just be consistent with it. You basically get paid to work out, so you get paid to have it be a priority in your life every day.
I know it's still tough though. So when I was younger, when I was 18, 19, I did bodybuilding shows, and yeah, I know, a big surprise looking at me, but I used to go from 12-15% down to 7-8% more than a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I thought I was like close to 10%, like you'd still have a 6-pack, you'd still look like really good, but like getting under 10% is tough unless you have a lot of muscle. You just, it's some people are I don't want to say like incapable of doing it healthy, but unless you have a certain amount of muscle mass, like it's not really healthy for you to go below 9-8% ever. So like 10%,
it probably isn't healthy.
Shredded.
It probably isn't healthy to play 16 hours of poker every day for a year or for a month or for anything. You know, there's a lot of things we do that are unhealthy. So, you know, maybe sometimes you sacrifice some health temporarily for you know, for other experiences, right? It's not all about being healthy.
I mean, I don't think anything of this is about really being healthy, right? I think this is happening because Deeb's getting offered $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't care about the healthy part, otherwise he would have done it already.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he just care about Why not? I mean, he liked to win a good bet. Plus, it is incentive to do it. He's going to theoretically make his family happy, live longer, gives people something interesting to follow, good story to follow, good potentially for his career as well, too.
Yeah, for sure. I think, he should snap take this, and I think he wins no matter what. I agree with Perkins, but I think Perkins is a lot sharper than people think when it comes to these weight loss bets. Like, he's not doing this just to change Deeb's life. He might say it, but he knows that he thinks Deeb is probably a dog in making it. I mean, look at the price he laid him.
Yeah, well, listen, we'll be following along. I don't know. It's a long time, 2 years to go. So let's lock in and let's see what the hell happens with it.
Yeah,
I think it's 2 years. I'm not sure. So,
who do you have in the match? I don't think I heard you say exactly who you.
Right now, after seeing that fight footage earlier, I got Berkey. I think Berkey. I don't want to bet against Nick Airball, but Berkey seemed like he's locked in for blood. I think he's going to go to another level, and we just don't know how Nick Airball is going to respond. So I think if this was like a second match and we got to see Nick Airball play again, we got to see how he handled pressure and how he handled adversity and how he handled this moment. I just don't have enough body of work to be able to put him as somebody. If I'm going to bet on the match, I got to pick a side. I got to go with Berkey with the experience, man. I just got to go with his side. But if Nick Airball come out and smash it, won't be surprised at all.
Do you know what was said to start that little chest bumping session?
I think Nick Airball was talking a lot of shit, and Berkey had enough, went up in his face, and that's what happened. Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance there is a physical altercation at all?
100%.
Yep. That there's a chance for a physical altercation?
Of course. Yeah, of course. What do you 100%. I think there will be one. I don't know what it'll be, but it seemed like these guys are who knows what's going to happen. I'm like expecting the unexpected with this match.
I mean, have you seen Airball's reach? His reach is so long. When they got up close to each other, he must have boxed sometime in his life, because his reach looks like it's insane for his height.
Yeah, I got to get measurements, bro. We got to get him in the fucking combine. We got to get him up there. I need to measure him first.
Yeah.
Maybe we get Nick Airball. We get his measurements. See what this guy's working with, man. The match could be over one day. Day one, Airball's insane. Lucas says in the chat, that's true. 49. We got a donation also from Pokernomics. Joey on top, and he's like, oh, he's not really, but thank you for the donation. So, what were you saying?
With that picture, it looks like he's got 5 inches of reach on Berkey at least.
I think Airball got the height advantage. He got the weight advantage. So but like I said, they're not gonna be like engaging for a long time, so maybe they do, but if they get in an altercation, it'll be over quick. Somebody's gonna break it up. They ain't gonna sit there and keep fucking battling. So
true. All right, Poppy, thanks for having me on. I gotta bounce, but love coming on here. Love that you're making content, and really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. We'll be following along with you. Talk to you soon.
All right, peace.
Thank you. See you later, CG. Guys, give a big shout out to CG for coming on here, showing a lot of love. And, man, he's been a big supporter of the poker stuff community for a long time, been playing a long time. So happy to get his opinion, see what he got to say. We are here. We are live. GTO headquarters, guys. Las Vegas, Nevada. Lock in. Ay, ay, ay. All right, I feel like I'm up to speed on what's happening. I've kind of, like I said, I've kind of been paying half attention to what's going on here, but you know, staying up to date with the people involved and kind of monitor and see if these guys are actually going to get a match. We're going to get some hands. And it looked like it is going to go down, so I'm going to hit up Nick tonight. I'm going to see, I think he was in the chat earlier, but I'm going to hit him up tonight, make sure the match is going down tomorrow. I'll be at Resorts World when the match is going down tomorrow, so I'm going to be in the house, checking it out, seeing what's going on. We'll be doing more content coming up here next week, more podcast and more edited stuff I'm going to be doing as well. I got my first WPT main event championship giveaway coming up as well next month. I'm going to do a 420 poker event. So on 420, we're going to take edibles, we're going to get a great dinner, and we're going to play poker in a game together. So I essentially need to find 6 more people because I already got 3. So I'm going to put that out publicly. So if anybody out there listening want to come to that, let me know. 420 on 420, edibles, dinner, and poker. And then what else do I got coming up here? Hustler, I'm going to Hustler for their $1 million cash game. I'm doing my first experience on Amplified. I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to EDC. Dude, I got a lot of stuff coming on, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm going to probably wrap things up here in a little bit, guys. Let me see. What else we got here on the chat? Brad S. TV. What's up, Brad? Tommy Gui. Jason Parker, Jose Gutierrez, Theo, Philip, Maxim, Seth, Gene, what's up, Gene? Daniel White, what's up, Danielle? Shout out to Danielle. P. Sarge, how many milligrams? Man, we're about 40 right now. 30, 40. Yeah, we're going over the Nick Airball match. Doug came back, talked a little bit about that. Talked a little bit about GMAN interview. You know, I guess people really like this other story got kind of overshadowed by that one, but I feel like that one's still pretty interesting. You know, when's Garrett going to come back? He's going to give the money back? He's not going to say not going to. So, I mean, it's kind of an interesting story. JJ, Jersey Joe, what up, Jersey? Skull Mike, what up, Skull Mike? Puppy, Skull Mike got the Vegas flu. What's up, Skull Mike? Good to see you. Hope you feel better, my friend. Hope you do well. Hope you're doing well. Doug Polk looking to make his next tweet. Look at him. Scouting out the competition. Yes, this is taken last weekend at the pool. You can see Doug looking in great shape. Nick Fertucci, he kind of had a bad week with some of the things he got involved in. He got this embarrassing fold with the Ace King. I mean, the hand kind of made sense. You know, the hand made sense because this guy Dark Knight did check raise him, so you know, it kind of makes sense to maybe consider folding the turn, but most people thought he should have called at least one and then not folded at any point in time. So he got kind of roasted for that, unfortunately. Nick Fertucci took a little hit there, but yeah, he'd been working hard. He'd been making a lot of content. He'd been playing a lot of poker. He'd been trying to do a lot of podcasts and do a lot of stuff like that. So he's been, you know, working hard. I don't know. What do you guys think about him? Do you guys watch his content, or are you guys like paying attention to what he's up to? Thomas, what's up? Seriously serious. Big J, what's up, Big J? Coming back in. Zero Sum said edibles, dinner, and poker sounds pretty rad. Yeah, I think it'll be a good time. Vegas flu. Benjamin Smith says my boy wants to play the 420 game. Lives in Vegas. Evan Klerner. Well, listen, you got to get in touch with me, my friend. Tell him to get in touch with me on Twitter or Instagram, IG at PoppyGTO. Yeah, Nick Fertucci seemed very polarizing. Seemed like a lot of people have very strong opinions one way or the other about him, but he seemed to be mixing up in the controversy though. So, you know, anytime you create a lot of controversy and you say a lot of polarizing things, you're going to get a lot of people who might be upset. So He did a podcast with Veronica from bed. What are you talking about? Is that true? Oh my god. Hi, listen, guys. I'm probably gonna go get on with the night here in Vegas. We're going out tonight, so be playing poker. I'll be at Resorts World tomorrow. I'll be on Twitter posting stuff. Do I think I get Nick Airball on it tonight for a live stream? I might be, but I'm gonna probably try to I'm gonna wrap things up. I've been going for a few hours here, and I feel like I got exactly what I'm looking for out of understanding this right now. Jay Farber said happy to call in. Listen, Jay, we'll have you on next time. I'm gonna go get some food, get some water, play some poker, and yeah, have a good time. Yeah, guys, thanks everybody for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. Peace, Arch, Theo, KZ Killa, Mandupe. I'll be doing some more edited vids on some stuff I gotta say, and we'll be doing some more call-ins as well too. So I'll give you guys some more updates. Skull Mike, NES clubbing tonight maybe. We'll see. Jersey Joe, Dopest Kush, Jay, Jeremy Phillips, Six-Toed Pete, Come Up Kid, Claith, Dopest Kush, Ingus. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for all the comments, chiming in. Happy Wednesday. I'm thirsty for you 3. Daniel White, peace out, homie. Short Off Poker. Yeah, thanks everybody for called in. Sean Deeb, Rob Kuhn, Dankness, Wayne Chiang, CG, Nick Airball's eyebrows. What a name. Eden Rocks, Wet O'Doodle. Appreciate you too. MT Killer, MT Montreal Killer, Tonka 111, Cheddar Man. Take it easy, guys. Be good. See you guys soon.